This is more akin to what we would normally see in June or July when it comes down to the morning temperatures. So that means something's got to give at some point, right? And I think that that's going to be the case as we go through the course of the next 24 hours. I think by this time tomorrow, we'll be dealing with showers and thunderstorms, at least in parts of the area. Clouds and radar this morning, of course, a ton of clouds. There may be a sun peak or two in the course of the day, but get ready for our next storm system developing an area of low pressure across portions of Oklahoma and Kansas. Cold front down to the south across West Texas, and in Central Texas, a dry line. That sets up shop for the potential for maybe some stronger storms to develop, not just in Texas, Oklahoma, but I think more so closer to this area of low pressure and this stalled frontal boundary, which is bringing showers and thunderstorms across portions of this morning, Ohio, northern West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. Now, that area of low pressure is going to make progress in our direction, and that's what's going to kick up some stronger storms later today, more than likely northwest Arkansas into Missouri as we look ahead into our forecast. Today, I think we're in decent shape. It's just a lot of clouds, maybe an isolated passing shower, warm breezes off the Gulf, temperatures in the upper 70s, approaching 80 in some spots, and of course, the rain is also going to be on the way as well. It's not a lot, but something as we go through the next 24 hours. Today, I think we stay mostly dry outside of those passing shower chances. Notice to the north and west. That's where we'll see a couple of clusters of thunderstorms developing later on this afternoon into this evening. And more so tomorrow for the rest of the Action News 5 coverage area. I think we're going to see better chances for rain and storms developing. Not an all-day situation, but an active part of the day for parts of the area. I think if you're in eastern Arkansas, you may have a chance for some stronger storms before sunrise tomorrow. But after that, the chances are going to go down pretty quickly. And then from the Mississippi River points eastward towards the Tennessee River, that's where we'll probably have more activity developing during the course of your Tuesday. And some lingering spritz and sprinkles can't be ruled out underneath some clouds rolling through here on Wednesday in the wake of that system. The SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has a enhanced risk for severe weather across portions of Illinois, as well as Indiana, back into Missouri, northwest Arkansas. We in northeast Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and northern Mississippi, you know, we're right on the edge of this risk. Now, when the SPC issues their risk area, they go from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. So this is the risk area starting right now, 7 a.m. Monday through 7 a.m. on Tuesday. This risk goes from 7 a.m. Tuesday to 7 a.m. Wednesday. And that's why we're thinking tomorrow afternoon we could see some stronger storms trying to develop east of Memphis as we go through the course of the afternoon hours. Here's a look at our first alert futurecast. And again, a lot of clouds here today. Maybe an isolated pocket of showers, maybe a pocket of sunshine here or there. Not a lot, but we'll take whatever we can get. In the upper 70s, close to 80 degrees this afternoon amid those southerly breezes. Now this is what we're talking about, that potential for strong and severe thunderstorms tonight. Again, northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. This is going to go shooting across towards Cape Girardeau, up along the I-55 corridor, heading up towards St. Louis. So this is our severe weather potential for tonight. Along that boundary as the area of low pressure gets a little bit closer. It will clip parts of northern Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, and southern Missouri. But I think we will be in decent enough shape. We will start the morning tomorrow with some rain opportunities for that morning commute. These showers and rumbles of thunder probably sub-severe. We may see a few more thunderstorms developing as we head into the morning hours of Tuesday. Again, another cluster of storms lifting from south to north. I want you to look to the west here. This is the dry line, okay? So the dry line is going to start making progress eastward. And along the dry line, you could see some storms redeveloping. That's the thing that we're going to have to watch out for tomorrow afternoon. Once the dry line pushes past you, your severe weather threat almost is pretty much done. You're going to see a drop in humidity more than likely tomorrow afternoon across areas near the Mississippi River and points westward. But ahead of the dry line, right here, that's where we can see some stronger storms trying to develop tomorrow afternoon. The time frame of that would be probably midday to sunset. I'd say 11 o'clock in the morning through about sunset, where we have that potential for some storms to form along the dry line. Again, the dry line is just a boundary of moist air and drier air. So there's going to be drier air here, more moist air ahead of it, and that's where the storms could fire with strong winds and hail potential as we head towards Tuesday afternoon. The higher potential, I think, is going to be for Middle Tennessee and up through central Kentucky and North Alabama. And then you notice again, as that whole line starts to make progress off to the east, things will start to clear out. This is the actual front, though, that will move through here as we get towards sunset. So the question mark about tomorrow and the potential for storms tomorrow will be the formation of the dry line. Where will the storms fire? When will they fire? How intense could they be? There's still some question marks here. And like I said, we're right on the edge of that severe weather risk. So the ingredients are kind of there for severe weather in some parts of the area, but not every part of the area. And notice as we go into Tuesday evening, here comes some more clouds. Here comes the cooler air. 40s to start off on Wednesday. We'll get a little backwash of clouds, maybe a little bit of shower activity during the afternoon hours. Temperature struggling to get back to 60 heading towards your Wednesday. Low 60s come Thursday, middle 60s come Friday. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Again, warm and breezy, a chance for an isolated shower or two today. Again tonight, early tomorrow morning, I think after midnight tonight. Then tomorrow is not an all-day rain. East of Memphis, higher potential for a few stronger storms. West of Memphis, I think you get into some sunshine. So it depends on where you are, how things will play out tomorrow. I think we're middle and upper 70s come Tuesday. Then cooler breezes prevail Wednesday. We're back in the 60s for highs Thursday, Friday, near 70 going into your Saturday, looking pretty good for the Memphis and San Antonio game. The Showboats back in town. 11 a.m. kickoff at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Temperatures in the low and mid 60s. West-northwest breezes around 7 miles per hour. We'll try to go for the lower 70s come Sunday. Adding in a small chance of a shower for Sunday. I'd keep a small chance of a shower in the forecast next Monday. And you know what next Monday is? The eclipse. And we're hopeful that the weather will hold out for us. Of course, I'll be in Little Rock, Arkansas, providing some coverage right here on Action News 5 as well as the digital desk. And we're hopeful for some bright skies coming up next Monday, Andrew.
I can't wait, and really hope that the skies cooperate. You're going to be in Little Rock, right?
Yes, that is the initial plan, but depending on how things play out, may have to make some adjustments to that plan. We are stationing ourselves in Little Rock right now, but again, things can change here in the next couple of days. We may have to do some adjusting, but right now, heading towards central Arkansas. Haven't been out there in a while, so it'll be good to see my friends over in Little Rock, and of course, we'll be providing the coverage right here on Action News 5.
All right, Patrick, looking forward to that and looking forward to another great day of weather. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera there. Midtown Memphis looking very nice. Some clouds out there this morning. 68 degrees at 7:09. We're back in 60 seconds. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The new year, of course, is a great time to have a little bit of a reset with your teen. It's a perfect time to really discuss and establish new behaviors and open the door to conversations about developing online positivity and positive online habits. There's some new and established tools as well as resources that parents right now can use to set boundaries with their teens on social media. Let's talk about that right now with Dr. Ann Louise Lockhart. She's a board-certified pediatric psychologist to join us now and talk about ways to make social media more positive in 2024 with your teens. Doctor, thank you for joining us. Tell us about where we should start with all this. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. So a big place to start, and I see this in my work with teenagers and with parents, is to have a collaborative conversation and discussion with your teen. because that way parents can better know their teen, what they're struggling with, what they're excited about, why they're online, why they like social media. And that way parents can make good informed decisions about having those discussions with their teenager. So it doesn't feel like they're in trouble because you are supervising them and their use online.
I love that idea. Dr. Lockhart, can we talk a little bit about the various tools that parents can use and that teens can use to manage their time online?
Yes, so Meta has over 30 tools, supervision tools for parents that are really amazing. One of the ones that I really like, and it's because I hear this a lot in my therapy sessions with teenagers, when they get the notifications, they're afraid of missing out, they're afraid of not responding right away to people, they think that they need to be in the know. And quiet mode on Instagram is a great tool because it allows the teen to set the quiet mode on Instagram so that they don't get notifications. The people that are sending them DMs are told, okay, this person is offline and they're in quiet mode right now. And so that way they can do the things that they need to get done. So that's a really great one. Another tool is a take a break reminder. So if the teen is scrolling for more than 10, 30 minutes, they're getting a reminder that, okay, it's time to take a break, and they can even get expert tools and tips in terms of how to reset. So those are two of my most favorite ones. And then one other one as well is the time spent dashboard, which a lot of parents and myself, I love using this one as well, because it gives you information in terms of how much time you're actually spending on the app, so that you can look and see, that's why I've been unproductive, because look how much time I'm spending. So that time spent dashboard is a really great tool as well.
Okay, it sounds amazing that these tools have been developed for both teens and parents. Where can people go and get more information online and learn more about these tools?
Yes, so they can go to familycenter.meta.com to all the different Family Center tools, expert guidance, advice, and that way they can learn more about the app, how to use that, how to have discussions with their teenager about it, and then that way the parent can establish these supervision tools and look at when the teen can get online, when they should take a break, and they can learn those things together.
Fantastic. Dr. Ann Louise Lockhart, board certified pediatric psychologist. We appreciate you joining us and illuminating us to these new tools for both parents and teens when it comes to having a more positive outlook on social media in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Tax day is over. Phew, that was close, all right? So we know that we like spending money as Americans, getting the latest and greatest, and the stress of tax day is now behind us. People may be tempted to get something more, maybe splurge a little bit, but hold the phone, okay? Maybe you should budget more. Maybe you should save more. What are you going to do with this tax refund if you're lucky to get one? Let's bring in someone that's going to help us with that. Stephanie O'Connell Rodriguez, a nationally recognized financial expert and author, is here at the Digital Desk to really talk about maybe some better choices of how to handle that tax refund. And Stephanie, I got to ask, what do you think is the first thing that people should do if they get a refund? Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here. Well, according to Barclays Bank most recent consumer survey, the majority of Americans are actually hoping to use their tax refund to build their financial security. So we've got some pretty good intentions. Now it comes to how do we put those good intentions to build our financial savings, maybe pay down our debt into practice. And I think in order to do that, it's going to look different for everybody. We got to start by taking stock of our own financial picture and see what we own versus what we owe. And if we owe a lot, maybe we got to take inventory of that debt and see what we owe, to whom, monthly minimum payment, and our interest rate on each debt so we can prioritize what it looks like to build all those minimum payments into our budget, and then make progress on making payments above the minimum payment on the debt with the highest interest rate, and make progress such that we pay off that debt and then the next highest interest rate debt and then the next, so we can get to our financial security as cost effectively as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's not the sexiest thing to say, hey, wait, you got a big chunk of change. You can't go to Europe or the Caribbean. No, you got a budget. You got to pay off that debt, put some in the savings. I mean, I think that is a great first start. Why is it, though, that so many Americans have just a hard time on saving there? Because we're supposed to have, like, what, 2 months of cash reserves just in case for emergency purposes, right?
That's right. At least 2 months in emergency savings, ideally maybe 6 months, maybe more. After the pandemic, we had people out of work for more than 6 months. So you always want to think about, you know, what's the financial security I need and the emotional security I need to get through another potential financial emergency. Now, when you're trying to figure out how to prioritize this along with your other financial goals, it's really important to make sure that you're making the most of the savings that you do have. So if you go open up a savings account at your local brick and mortar bank, oftentimes you're getting very, very low interest rates on that savings account. And we always talk about, I want to make my money work better for me. But if you're getting 0.35% interest on your savings, which is around the national average, you're really not getting a lot there. So I like to shop around with my savings like I do for anything else. And I really like online high yield savings accounts, which offer interest rates much, much higher than the average. Barclays, for example, has a high yield online savings account with a very high interest rate. They've got no minimum balance requirements, no monthly maintenance fees, plus the FDIC insurance. And as you mentioned, people are having a hard time building up this kind of savings, and that's because prices have been on the rise. Inflation has been the big story these last couple of years. Most recent numbers, 5% increase year over year on our cost of living. And that's not just the vacations, the exciting, sexy stuff. That's the stuff we need, like our groceries, like our housing payments. And so if you really want to build this stuff into your budget, I like to make saving, debt payoff, investing a line item on the budget, just like I do those other expenses.
I like that. That's a great idea. High yield savings accounts. And it's, yeah, you're right. Inflation is still outrageous. I know we had something that said it's down to 5%. Well, it shouldn't be higher than 2%. I mean, it's still affecting us. I mean, eggs are outrageous, and airfare, my gosh, I mean, flying anywhere is super high. So I know that a lot of Americans are starting to go back in debt as a result of a lot of things, including inflation. What's the best method an effective method, the most effective, to pay down debt that so many Americans are accumulating right now?
Well, the best method to pay down debt is the one you can stick with, right? So the only way to figure out what that's going to be for you is to, again, start by taking inventory of what you owe and build it into your budget as you're able. I talked about a method that's called the debt avalanche, and that's where you prioritize paying off the debt with the highest interest rate first. For some folks, it might be tackling the debt with the lowest balance first, so you can see the progress you're making, and that then motivates you to make progress on momentum toward paying off the next debt. And I know that it's more cost effective to address your highest interest rate debt first, but again, it's what is going to work for you. Even if it costs you more over the life of your loan, if you're going to stick with it, if you see the progress of knocking out that low interest rate debt first, that's fine by me. Just make sure that as you're doing that debt payoff, you also are building your emergency savings, because if something does come up and you do get an unexpected expense like a medical bill or something happens with your car or your home that you must repair, you really want to have that high yield online savings there for you so you can tap into it and not put it on a high interest rate credit card and add more to your debt.
Just curious, Stephanie, for people out there, how do you find a high yield savings account in your hometown, for example? We're in Memphis.
So typically speaking, you're going to find your high yield savings accounts online. And the reason for this is the high interest rates and the annual percentage yields that you get in those online savings accounts, you get them because they have lower costs of operating. If you don't have to maintain the brick and mortar presence, that's a lot of money saved, and that savings gets passed along to the consumer in the form of these lower fees, in the form of these higher rates. And so going to resources like banking.barclaysus.com will give you information about how you can find your high yield online savings account, and it's really easy to set this up. I have done it. It's how I saved for my wedding. It's the first account that I opened with my husband. Great way to combine finances, by the way. And it's really a great way to maximize the money that you are saving, because when you do just go to your default bank that's on the street, there's a value to that, but you don't get a lot for your money in the savings account, and often in CDs, the interest rate isn't as high as these banks that have the high yield online savings account. So I definitely suggest comparison shopping, just like you do for anything else.
This is a conversation I could have forever, and I know it's very popular among so many people. It's just, financial literacy out there. So let me ask you this. If we have thousands of people that tune in each and every morning watching us here on the Digital Desk, if you were to give like bullet points, maybe 3 bullet points for someone that's looking to have better financial success in 2023, the tax season is now over, tax day has come and gone. What would you recommend?
I think you have to take stock of your full financial picture first. A lot of the times we think we know what we're bringing in each month because we know what we make annually or hourly, but what that actually looks like after taxes, after deductions, in our take-home pay can be very different. And we want to make sure we're planning off of our reality, not off of our aspirations. And then on the flip side, we got to take stock of our expenses. We talked about taking inventory of what we owe and to whom, but also this has to include those savings contributions. This has to include our essential living expenses, housing, groceries, utilities, insurance, all of that good stuff. And making sure, again, we're dealing with the reality of what we're spending, not what we think we're spending, because there can be a surprising gap between the two. And I think the third piece of this is maintaining accountability. So whatever's going to work for you to keep your finances top of mind, I like to say managing my money is a practice. It's not something I do once a year on tax day, and it's not something I do when there's a crisis, because that's just reactive money management. I want to have proactive money management. And so I think a bit like, I don't go to one yoga class and say, all right, I'm done, I'm fit for life, right? It doesn't work that way. I got to go back and I got to go back, and I get better every time I do it. Same thing happens with my money. I check my money on a daily basis. You don't have to be as much of a money nerd as I am to have a good, healthy relationship with your money, but you can certainly go ahead and make checking in on your money once a week to see where it's going, tracking your budget, keeping yourself accountable, and making sure you're maximizing it with these tools like the high yield online savings, CDs, investment accounts, so that you really get your money's worth.
I love it, Stephanie. We've talked about a lot this morning. Where can we go to get some more information, including these tips that we talked about?
Yes, so it is Financial Literacy Month. I know we talked about how important financial literacy is. So you can head to this portal at banking.barclaysus.com. Again, that's banking.barclaysus.com, and go to the Resources tab. There's a lot of tools, articles, information about how to manage these money goals, how to get the most from your money, and how to prioritize when you have a lot of money goals at once.
Okay, Stephanie O'Connell Rodriguez, we really appreciate the conversation this morning. I think we helped a lot of people with this and just thoroughly enjoyed it. Thanks.
I hope so. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. I love this conversation because I think it's so underrated. Your gut health, you will not be in the know if you know how important gut health is, because a lot of people don't. Have you checked your gut health? There's a new survey that finds most Americans have not. 2/3 experiencing recurrent digestive issues. It's something that I'm aware of, but I know that other people are not, because when I talk about it, it's like I'm speaking Chinese to a lot of people. Let's bring in someone who knows a little bit about gut health too. I'm joined now by Dr. Andrea Klemus, Chief Medical Officer at MDVIP. Dr. Klemus, appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. What is MDVIP, and if you can inform our audience that's watching right now, talk about gut health and why it maybe is so underrated.
Sure. So MDVIP stands for MD Medical Doctor Value and Prevention. It's a national network of primary care physicians that focuses on personalized preventive wellness. They partner with you to really let you live a longer, happier life. And we have many docs in the Memphis area. So gut health. MDVIP did a survey to understand what Americans know about it. And what we found out is they don't know how important it is. You know, most people think about gut health as just their stomach, but it's really everything from their mouth, well, all the way to the other end. And they didn't know that an unhealthy gut increases your risk for things like heart attack, stroke, diabetes, and even Alzheimer's.
How does someone know if they have a food sensitivity or food allergy? And again, how does gut health really play a role in all that?
Yeah, so 1 in 5 in the MDVIP survey thought they had an intolerance or sensitivity, but it wasn't diagnosed. So first, food allergy, think peanuts, could be life-threatening. Food intolerance, like lactose intolerance, you don't have an enzyme that can break down the proteins in milk or ice cream, and that gives you the GI symptoms. But food sensitivities are things that are mediated by your immune system. And what happens is if you're sensitive to a food, you develop inflammation in your intestine. And this inflammation, just like when you have inflammation on your skin and it's red and it gets swollen, well, if you have inflammation in your gut, you can't absorb nutrients well, and you don't make some of the hormones that we need, like serotonin for your mood, and it can affect your immune system. So you can get GI symptoms plus other symptoms as well.
Interesting stuff here. So tell me more, Doctor, about the survey that was posted and done. Give me some of the results of that.
Sure. So the sad part is 85% of people failed the gut IQ quiz and nobody got an A. I think one of the fun facts was that 50% of people won't poop in a public restroom. But there are some myths out there, like that you should have a bowel movement every day. 70% of people thought that, but yet 3 times a week or 3 times a day may be normal for you, so you don't have to go every day. Also found that younger people, 45 and under, many of them, or 40% of them, say they avoid sex due to GI issues, and 30% said it really affects their quality of life. So you don't need to suffer in silence, and if you have an issue, you need to go to your doctor.
Okay, so we've talked about some of the problems here of an unhealthy gut. What are some great ways, maybe some easy ways, that people can improve their gut health?
Yeah, and you know, as Americans, I think we're always looking for that magic pill. Over 50% said in the MDVIP survey that they've tried a supplement or an enzyme or a probiotic, but food is the best thing to do to improve your gut health. So there are things called probiotics, which are the good bacteria in your gut. You know, we have good and bad bacteria, and it's that balance that makes it healthy or unhealthy. So to get more good bacteria, you need the probiotic foods, yogurt, fermented foods, pickles. And then there are prebiotic foods, or foods that feed the good bacteria. And those are things like garlic, onions, asparagus, and oats. So even adding one of these things can help your GI tract, and then maybe taking out some bad things like processed or fried foods.
Where can people take this gut IQ quiz and maybe just kind of overall learn more about gut health?
So if you go to mdvip.com/gutiq, you can take the quiz, understand what your knowledge gaps are, and then add those to your symptoms. You can learn more on the website, but then make sure you go to a physician that really can talk to you, understand what you're talking about, and spend the time like an MDVIP physician so that they can help you live a longer, healthier life.
Okay, Dr. Andrea Klemis, Chief Medical Officer at MDVIP. Appreciate the conversation. So important to highlight gut health. Thanks very much. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. The U.S. only makes up about 4.4% of the world's population, but it consumes 80% of the world's opioids. Mothers Against Prescription Drug Abuse, in partnership with Aleve, have launched a campaign. It's called The Painful Truth, and it encourages consumers to explore non-addictive pain relief options with their doctor before considering opioids. Now, joining us to discuss this very important issue, because we all know the opioid epidemic has done a number on us here in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas. I'm joined now by Mary Bono, former Congresswoman and co-founder of the Mothers Against Prescription Drug Abuse. Also joined now by Matt Robinson, a voice from the Painful Truth campaign. Good morning to you both. Mary, let's begin with you and tell me about how this initiative first began. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, this initiative began by us wanting to educate the American public about something like, approximately every 30 minutes in the United States, we lose somebody to a prescription opioid overdose. And we want people to understand that the use of opioids carries some significant risks like addiction, abuse, or potential loss of life. Also important to know that for some reason, more opioids are prescribed in the United States than anywhere in the entire world. It's also important for people to know if they do take a prescription opioid to manage pain, there is a possibility that they could become addicted.
Yeah, there's so many parts in this country that have been ravaged by the opioid epidemic, and no question our area here in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas certainly has felt the brunt of that opioid epidemic. Matt, over to you. Can you share with us your first-hand experience with opioids?
Yeah, you bet. I was first introduced to prescription opioids after an injury. I was a football player, big in Tennessee, Arkansas. I'm in Texas, so all boys play football, and I broke my leg. First introduced to the drug then, and I was always getting hurt. Had subsequent injuries, back injuries, things like that. And I was treating pain in the beginning, but at some point I wasn't just treating pain anymore. I was chasing an addiction. When I stopped taking the medication, I would go into severe withdrawal. I'd get really sick if I didn't have it. And then it's like you become everything you swore you'd never be. You're looking in the mirror, you don't recognize the person looking back at you, and you're completely lost.
I appreciate you opening up and sharing with us here on the Digital Desk. And unfortunately, that story and your story is so common and so prevalent in so many different communities across America. Mary, back over to you. Tell me what Mothers Against Prescription Drug Abuse is doing right now to address this issue that is hurting so many parts of our country.
Well, we've been focused on drug abuse prevention and awareness for over a decade now. But right now, this campaign we're especially pleased to be presenting, it is again this topic, and it is how do we take ownership of our own pain management. We're trying to encourage people to understand the potential consequences of prescription opioids. And we're just telling people, talk to your doctor, talk to your healthcare practitioner. If you need some pain management medication, have a conversation if there are alternatives to addictive opioids. We're really pleased that Matt is the star of this film. He has lived experience and he resonates with people as they're seeking their own pain management journey on what they ought to do. And it's a cautionary tale. And again, it comes back to this can happen to anyone.
Yeah, no question. This affects everybody, regardless of socioeconomic background. Mary and Matt, this next question is for you. And Mary, we can begin with you. How can patients choose and advocate for pain-related management that is non-addictive, non-opioid based?
Well, Andrew, you said so well too, is there's no denying any longer that there is a crisis in America, a crisis of addiction, and it's beyond just prescription drugs, but we are focused on what a patient can do. Again, talking to their doctor. We're very lucky that in this day and age, there are some great, very effective alternatives. Some are over the counter or some are sort of more of other sort of therapies. But there are options out there. And I think we're trying to raise that awareness that patients should simply have that conversation with a doctor about what are my options to keep me off of potentially addictive prescription opioids.
Matt, over to you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. Mary said it there. It's the name of the game is to discuss options. When I was going through this personally, there wasn't even a conversation about this. I was given a prescription and I filled it. I didn't think much about it. If I had to talk to someone today, I would tell them to discuss their options because what happened to me could happen to anybody. Addiction doesn't discriminate. And most people that fall into this trap that I fell into are just trying to treat pain. We're not trying to get high. We're not trying to become addicts. No one signs up for this life, but it's a real possibility with these drugs, with these medications. So the name of the game is options. Let's talk about what other options are out there, whether they're over the counter or holistic methods of treatment that aren't going to result in a decade of addiction like I went through.
Well, Matt and Mary, thank you so much for coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have thousands of people watching each and every morning here. Final thoughts and ways that people can maybe find some more information about this campaign online. Mary?
Well, we'd love for you to join us at Aleve.com/thepainfultruth.
Anything else, Matt?
No, thanks for having us. This is a really important message to get out there, and it's an honor. I can speak for Mary as well to be here and discuss this.
Well, thank you so much. It takes a lot of courage, Matt, to come up and tell your story. And Mary, thank you for all that you do, and we appreciate both of you taking the courage and the fight against opioids, not only where you are and where you guys live, but across this country, and certainly we need all the help we can get. Thank you both. Okay, back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk, it is the first day for brand new Memphis Shelby County School Superintendent Dr. Marie Fagans. on the job. Finally, after almost 2 years of searching, she begins today. We have Action News 5's Tavares Haywood on what's expected to happen today and afterwards.
Dr. Marie Fagan's VIP community tour is set to start early this morning. Now, the tour will go on for almost the entire month of April as the new superintendent gets acquainted with her new school district and her new role. Now, VIP is an acronym for Voice Improves Partnerships. This tour is set to start just hours before the district launched a video on its social media platforms with Fagan saying she is built to take on the tasks of MSCS. Now, while playing the instrumental of rapper Meek Mill's Dreams and Nightmares, Fagan says she wants to be here in Memphis to help move the vision of the board forward. Fagan's boast about her experience in business, education, and media, while she hopes to make the district a place where generations of children feel seen and valued. Now, Dr. Fagan is set to start her community tour at 8 o'clock this morning at Melrose High School. In Memphis, Tavares Haywood, Action News 5.
Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, we know it as the Mid-South. Well, guess what? We are also in the stroke belt, meaning there's a much larger incident of stroke in our region. We have Dr. Anna Yang joining us from Regional One Health. She's talking to us about this issue and why so many people in our area experience a stroke. First off, Dr. Yang, it's glad to have you back on the digital desk. Let's talk about why we are in the stroke belt. What are some of the factors that put us in there?
Yeah, so the stroke belt is this belt in the southeastern portion of the United States, starting with Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas, and then going towards the east. And this area has long been known to just have a higher incidence of strokes compared to the rest of the United States. So to be in the stroke belt, it's about at least 10% greater strokes than the rest of the country. There are a lot of factors that could be contributing to this. There have been a lot of different factors that have been looked into. But obviously what I want to focus on is the ones that we can do something about. So that would include, things like your diet, your risk factors for, high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, drug use, smoking. And then as far as risk factors, we don't have anything that we can't control. Race, unfortunately, is a factor as well, and African Americans are a lot more likely to have strokes than the rest of the population, which we do have a large population of here.
We always run these PSAs, Dr. Yang, about what to do in case of a stroke. I think the acronym is FACE. Is that what it is? Tell me what the warning signs are.
Yeah, so FACE or FAST. FAST is the most recent one that was out. Yeah, so FAST, so F for face, so you got the first one right. So the facial droop. A for arms, so if one arm is drooping, is weaker than the other side. And then S for speech, so slurred speech. And then T for time, so the faster, to remind you that the faster you see these symptoms, you need to call right away to go to the emergency room.
Okay, and can you talk about what happens in those in the cases of a stroke? I know it's There's a distinction between mini strokes and, larger, more dangerous strokes, right?
Sure, yes. So broadly, there are actually two types of strokes. You've got your bleeding type stroke, which accounts for some of it, but the majority of strokes are going to be your blockage type strokes. So even in either way, you don't have enough blood flow going to the brain. So what we call mini strokes are basically strokes in a smaller vessel that go away. So you have symptoms and your symptoms resolve, and then when you get your MRI, you don't actually really see anything obvious. And then your big strokes obviously are the ones with significant neurologic deficits, where you don't just have a little bit of weakness or a little bit of numbness, that you may even have permanent disabilities from it. And these are strokes that you can see when you get the MRI. You can see exactly where in the brain has been affected. But even mini strokes, if you have a mini stroke, it's not something to be taken lightly, because these are risks for having a large stroke within a couple of days to a month even. So even little strokes need to be taken care of and taken seriously.
Yeah, no question. I know that. I've had some family members that have had some of those mini strokes, and it is nothing to mess with. Let's talk about some of these different factors that people cannot control. You said age, race, those are some factors. Tell me about that.
Well, so traditionally we always thought stroke was, a disease of the older people. And in some ways, the older you get, the higher your risk. But at the same time, we're seeing it in a lot of young people too. Just not too long ago, I saw somebody in their 30s who, thought they were previously healthy have a stroke. So it's not impossible to have a stroke just because you're a young person. We're seeing it more and more often in people in their 40s and 50s. So definitely age is a risk factor, but that's not the only thing we should go by. And yes, race. So African Americans, like I said, have a much higher risk and rate of strokes than a lot of others.
Okay, so if we have thousands of people watching us on the digital desk, Dr. Yang, if there are maybe 3 or 4 bullet points that you could give people to say, okay, you don't want to have a stroke, and ways to prevent ever having one, what would you say?
So the first thing I would say is go to your doctor, first of all, to get the things that you can control under control. So just because you don't know that you have high blood pressure or diabetes or high cholesterol doesn't mean you don't, because you've never seen a doctor. So please go get that checked. And if you do have these are things that can be managed. And so the more you can lower your risk, the more you can prevent strokes. Majority of strokes are preventable, which is good news. But you have to know about these problems in order to do something about them, to prevent them. So quitting smoking is another huge one. If you can quit smoking, ask your friends and family for help, or your doctor if you need medication to help. Smoking is a huge risk for stroke. And then, also watching your diet and, exercise, the normal things to stay healthy. Making sure, what you're putting into your mouth is what's best for your brain health and your heart health and your blood vessel health. And then, of course, avoiding drug use is another one. There are a lot of different drugs out there that can worsen your risk for stroke. So I would say definitely, A is to go to the doctor and work on these risk factors and do all the things that you can do to prevent the stroke. And then the other thing is, if you have one, please go to the ER immediately. There are medications, there are things that we can do, and the faster we do them, the better for your brain long term, the more likely that you can get some of your functioning back. Because, once the damage is done to your brain, the only thing left we can do is to try to prevent further damage and try to encourage your brain to, recover as much as possible.
You've said a lot during this interview, Dr. Yang. Where can we get this information? Is there some place online where we can go?
So the CDC has, some information on strokes, some basic information, some statistics, especially about, this area, the stroke belt, and, in general. But I mean, your greatest resource is going to be to see your doctor and talk to them specifically about, your personal risk factors and your personal medical history.
Okay, that I appreciate that. And then remember FAST, face, arms, speech, and time. Such a good acronym to remember. Dr. Yang, we appreciate your time, and thanks very much. Very informative. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, I bet if you had to ask what the most commonly performed surgical procedure in the world is, you would not, you would not be able to name it. Here's a hint, though. According to a global survey, about half of post-surgical patients report that they feel younger with this procedure we're about to talk about here. It is a cataract surgery, and in fact, there's a lot more that we don't know. And I want to talk right now with two people who are very familiar with this surgery. Dr. Neda Shami, a cataract, LASIK, and corneal surgeon, and cataract patient Kelly Kaminsky, joining us on the digital desk. Good morning to both of you. Dr. Shami, tell us about the global survey and why it is so significant for our aging population. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us. Well, this global survey really brought attention to, as you mentioned, the most common surgery done in the world globally, and something that's near and dear to my heart as a cataract surgeon. Notably, it highlighted a couple of things. It highlighted the fact that those who had surgery and were surveyed, as you mentioned, really had an improvement in their life, and nearly half felt that their vision after surgery was similar to vision of a younger person. But there are a lot of misconceptions around cataract surgery, and only about half of those surveys understood that there is a lens implant at the time of cataract surgery, and more importantly, only half understood that there's different lens options that can improve the vision, not just the distance, but also give you freedom from glasses.
And Kelly, can you describe what it's like to have cataracts? What happened to your vision before, and then describe it after the surgery?
Sure. I've been wearing glasses since I was 15 years old. Now, over the last 10 years, though, I noticed that my vision was deteriorating. So one of the things that really affected me was the ability to see at distance, and I was becoming really concerned about the whole ability to see that. So I had my vision was starting to erode. I was noticing that it wasn't really such a immediate realization. It was more like a slow drip, drip that it was going. And so I would do things like stumble when I was walking in my neighborhood, or I would drop things unexpectedly. And while these were frustrations and blunders, I really chalked it up to, more than anything else, just growing older. Now, last year, my doctor said that I actually had cataracts. And with my 65th birthday approaching, and with my driver's license renewal looming, he said that without surgery, I would likely fail the vision test. And with that, the problem became really clear.
Okay, and then can you talk, Kelly, about recovery time and how different your vision was after the surgery?
Sure. Well, I really recovered that afternoon. But what I noticed is the very next day, I was on the sidewalk looking down the street, and I could see about a half a mile away. Not only that, I could read my phone very, very clearly. So I was really pleased with the result of that. And I'd say that my quality of life really improved. And I might sound silly to say, but I really do feel younger.
Dr. Chamie, talk a little bit more about the procedure, and we just heard from Kelly there. How does the surgery really turn back the clock for patients? Because Kelly just mentioned he feels a lot younger.
Well, yes. And, Kelly's sentiment is very common, and that is that slow, progressive change in vision, which may be hard to really understand and assess right away until you have a driver's license that you have to renew or you stumble. And so, that clouding of the vision can really drag you down and make you feel old and unenergized. And a lot of my patients say that with cataract, they found themselves not wanting to go for a run or not wanting to be active, not taking part in things that they took joy in. Whereas after cataract surgery, they're feeling activated again and energized. They're able to go for a run without glasses. Their vision and outlook is a lot more youthful. Cataract surgery is a very, very simple surgery that's done in about 15 minutes. The surgery takes about 15 minutes. It's very low risk, and it's essentially pain-free for patients. It's an outpatient procedure. Patients come in that morning, they go back home, they recover at home, and by the next day, they can see beautifully. And the surgery is essentially removing the cloudy lens of the eye and replacing it with a lens implant. And now with advanced technology lenses such as the PanOptix or Vivity, which are multifocal lenses or extended depth of focus lenses, patients can have 20/20 vision at distance, but also be able to look at their computer without glasses and read their phone or read a book without glasses. And you can imagine that is like turning back the clock on your vision.
Okay, I open this up to either of you, Dr. Chamie or Kelly. Where can people go for more information?
Yeah, mycataracts.com is a wonderful website that offers a lot of resources. And also ask your doctor if you have cataracts or if it's time for you to consider cataract surgery.
Okay, Dr. Chamie and Kelly, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Here's a look at your forecast for today. Give you a first alert to a warm day, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees today across the Mid-South. Maybe a small chance of an isolated shower, but most spots likely to stay dry as we go through the course of the day. Upper 70s to close to 80 degrees, again, with a warm southwesterly breeze flow that's going to be flowing through here. That's going to help to get the moisture going. That will set us up for what's going to happen late tonight heading into tomorrow. As we look at the rain chances, this is mainly going to happen overnight tonight heading into your Tuesday as a storm system makes progress across the area. Higher potential for stronger storms today to the north and west of us. Tomorrow, it'll be near and east of the city of Memphis, and that's what the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has already outlooked our area for. We're right on the edge, and again, just so you know how the SPC outlooks work. they are outlooking from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. So this outlook for Monday is from 7 a.m. Monday to 7 a.m. Tuesday. This outlook goes from 7 a.m. Tuesday till 7 a.m. Wednesday. Now, obviously, the case that we're going to be dealing with here today is going to be an overnight issue that starts to manifest itself after midnight tonight, then continues into Tuesday. But there's a period of time where the severe weather potential may actually go down. It may be right over the Mississippi River. So you see there's kind of a lull in the activity, and then it picks back up the farther east that we go. Now, I don't want you to get so caught up in where the lines end and begin. Everybody runs a risk, but this is not the off-the-charts risk that we may see sometimes in the spring months. Of course, we're a year removed now from a high-risk day. Back on March 31st, 2023, we had the EF3 tornadoes that went through Wynn and Covington and Adamsville. But this is going to be a situation where the ingredients may be there for a few of the storms that develop. Could be a bit on the stronger side, especially Tuesday afternoon, and it's very dependent on the timing of how this all plays out. We'll go hour by hour with our First Alert Futurecast. Today, a passing shower chance. That's about it. A lot of clouds. Temperatures are going to be quite warm, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 this afternoon. Tonight should be fairly quiet. Now, notice this cluster of storms moving and shooting across portions of Missouri, southern Missouri, as we go into the overnight period. This would be the severe weather threat, and again, in the enhanced risk area for tonight. Again, from about Cape Girardeau points northward up towards St. Louis, out eastward into Illinois, and it actually starts really over near Fayetteville, Arkansas, and kind of makes its way off to the north and east. We will be okay tonight. I think once we get into the morning hours tomorrow, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we'll start to see our first batch of scattered showers developing, maybe a few thunderstorms, but severe weather, not likely. Is it possible? Yes, but again, not likely. We'll have another cluster of storms that will move inbound through the course of the morning. Now, I want you to look out to the west. This right here, some drier air punching into the storm system. That's the dry line. The dry line is the delineation from the moist, muggier air out ahead of it to very dry air behind it. That dry line acts as a triggering mechanism for showers and thunderstorms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Will it be near the Mississippi River, or will it be east of the Mississippi River, closer to the Tennessee River? That's to be seen. Right now, this particular model suggests closer to the Tennessee River. And a lot of the guidance does suggest closer to the Tennessee River, that we could see a flare-up of thunderstorms tomorrow during the course of the afternoon hours. Behind that, because, again, the dry line is the delineation between the muggier air out ahead of it and the drier air behind it, there's going to be some sunshine breaking out. And you're probably thinking to yourself, on a day where we're talking about severe weather, okay, I don't want to see sunshine. Well, here's the thing. The main trigger will be the dry line. So once the dry line pushes past you, you see a drop in humidity. That's going to be the indicator that the severe weather threats pretty much come to an end. I can't say it's out of the question beyond that, because there's still a cold front that's going to move through here. That's to the west. That'll come swinging through here during the course of the evening hours, and that may flare up another cluster of showers and storms as we get closer to sunset on your Tuesday. That will then shift eastward, and here comes the cooler air dropping southward for your Wednesday, starting off with clear skies in the 40s. Sunshine will give way to clouds, maybe an isolated shower going into your Wednesday afternoon. We'll struggle to work our way back up towards the 60-degree mark. Of course, a cooler turn for us as we go behind the system, moving into the middle portion of the week, the latter portion of the week, only managing the mid-60s by Friday, maybe approaching 70 as we get closer to Saturday and Sunday. So again, today, warm and breezy, well up into the 70s. We'll do it again tomorrow. The thing is that we're going to have those opportunities for rain and storms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active, okay? That's going to be a critical part, and where it gets active as well, because where it gets active will also determine the intensity of the storms that are able to flare up. We are in a very peculiar location tomorrow where we will have just enough ingredients for storms to not go, and then just enough ingredients for the storms to go. And if they were to go up, that means that we would have a few stronger storms. It's not out of the realm of possibility. And I still think there's going to be sunshine mingled in there tomorrow. So again, it's not everybody finding themselves with showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. But where it does happen, one or two could be strong. We'll be watching that closely. We'll keep you updated on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Behind that, We'll have some sunshine early, clouds rolling in late in the day for your Wednesday, and struggling to get to 60. We'll work our way through the 60s for Thursday, Friday. Some frost potential in some of the outlying areas through the middle portion of the week. We'll try to claw our way back into the lower 70s. A lot of folks asking the question, what does next Monday look like for the eclipse? Right now, partly sunny, a chance for a shower. Watch it closely. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to the cloud conditions as we approach the eclipse. But before that happens here, this Monday into Tuesday, watching the potential for more rain and storms to move into the Mid-South.
Been talking a lot about the total solar eclipse that's happening. It's just a few weeks now. It's less than a month. It's almost here. It's on April 8th, and this is going to be a solar eclipse, a total solar eclipse that will pass through North America or cross through North America, U.S., Canada, Mexico. There's not going to be another one for 20 years until 2044. And right up the road in Jonesboro, Arkansas, you're going to be able to see a total eclipse, which is quite a spectacle. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 digital desk by David Barron. He is someone who is considered an eclipse expert. He's a writer. He also wrote a book about eclipses. He's an eclipse chaser, and he's seen a total of 8 total solar eclipses across the world. David, I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Tell me about this eclipse next week or next month, and why is it so unique from other eclipses out there? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, first I need to emphasize a total solar eclipse is fundamentally different from other types of eclipses. You may have seen a lunar eclipse, which occurs at night when the full moon turns into a dark red ball in the sky. Very interesting. A partial solar eclipse, which happens every few years, is interesting. You need to look at it with special eclipse glasses like these, which you also should have for April 8th. And the sun turns into a crescent when the moon moves in front of it. That's very interesting. A total solar eclipse is fundamentally different. If you're in the path where it's total on April 8th, as soon as the moon completely covers the sun, it's like you're transported to another planet, because suddenly daylight plunges into twilight. And during the total eclipse, only during the total eclipse, you can take off the eclipse glasses and look in the sky at the sun with the naked eye. You'll see a sun you've never seen before. It's the most glorious thing in the heavens. It looks sort of like a crown or a wreath woven out of silvery thread. And you'll see the sun and the planets together. You are literally looking at the center of the solar system. And it's otherworldly and addictive, which is why I now travel the world to see them whenever I can.
I was going to ask, David, I mean, you've been to several different countries. Let's see, South America, Europe, Australia, Indonesia, all these different areas across the globe to chase, if you will, 8 total solar eclipses. Is it because of this phenomenon? I mean, you sell it well. Is there anything else that gives you this rush? I hear animals act very different.
Some animals do. Birds definitely do. So I would say now Memphis is not in the path of the total eclipse. You will see a 98% partial eclipse, which is quite interesting. but it's very different from the total eclipse. But even in the partial eclipse in Memphis, you'll see birds flying around confused like it's suddenly dusk. You may see, particularly if you're in the path of the total eclipse in Arkansas or southeast Missouri, you may see bats come out in the middle of the day. During the summer, if it's a time when lightning bugs, when fireflies are seen, they may come out. So some animals definitely do act that way. But in terms of the human response, it's just completely surreal. It's like being in a sci-fi film. You know, probably I would say most of your viewers, when they step outside, they know what the sky is going to look like, right? We've all seen blue skies and we've seen cloudy skies and we've seen starry skies. This is a sky like no other sky. It really is like you're on another planet. So during the total eclipse, it will be a dark purple gray overhead as if it's twilight, while on the horizon, it'll be orange like sunset all around you, a 360-degree sunset. And again, you're looking at the sun's outer atmosphere, the solar corona, beautiful, beautiful thing to see. You can see the planets, you'll see some bright stars come out. It's just breathtakingly beautiful and completely surreal.
That sounds fantastic. Again, you sell it really well, David. I know that there are certain things we should do to prepare for the solar eclipse, one of which, getting those glasses that you showed a moment ago. Anything else we should do? My understanding is Jonesboro, Arkansas, which is about an hour away drive time from Memphis, is in that totality path. How should we prepare for this?
Well, first of all, prepare for terrible traffic. Back in 2017, there was a total solar eclipse that crossed the country. You may recall, in fact, it went over Nashville. And that total eclipse, I live in Colorado. It went over Wyoming. So a lot of people from Denver went up to Wyoming. Wyoming had the worst traffic it has ever seen right after the eclipse in 2017, because like this year, the total eclipse that year was on a Monday. So a lot of people kind of trickled up to Wyoming over the long weekend. And then as soon as the total eclipse was over, they all got in their vehicles to come back. And what would normally be a 2 or 3 hour drive took 10 to 12 hours. So first of all, be prepared, particularly after the eclipse, for traffic. Be prepared for large crowds. Be self-sufficient. Make sure your car is filled up with gasoline. Bring food in the car. And if at all possible, get to the path where it's total early and leave late. And yeah, Jonesboro is in the path. It'll see a total eclipse of about 2.5 minutes, and that's pretty good. But if you go deeper into the path, it's longer. If you go all the way to Cape Girardeau, I think it's about 4 minutes there.
Wow, okay. What else can we tell our viewers? We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk.
Well, you have to understand just how rare this is. Any given point on Earth sees a total eclipse about once every 400 years. There will not be a total eclipse going over my house in Boulder, Colorado until the year 2772. So you may have the sense that they're not that rare because one went over Tennessee just 7 years ago, and now one's going to go over your part of the country again. But there won't be another one in the contiguous 48 United States for another 20 years. This really is a very rare event. And so I know it sounds like a 98% partial eclipse, like you will get in Memphis, is almost as good as a total eclipse. And it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but it's not. It's a fundamentally different experience. Imagine you've got tickets to go see Taylor Swift. You get in your car and you drive 98% of the way there, and then you stop and you come home. That's the same thing. You will have missed the show, the really fun show, if you stay in Memphis. So I know people have jobs and kids in school. We all have obligations. This is such a rare and spectacular event. If at all possible, take the day off, take the kids out of school, make this an event, because it's something you're going to remember for the rest of your life.
I love it. Okay. Final question, Jonesboro, Cape Girardeau, approximately what time will it be a total eclipse? Any idea?
Yeah, about 2 in the afternoon. So even if you're in the path of the partial eclipse, in the path of the total eclipse, it begins as a partial eclipse. And the partial eclipse will begin a little after 12:30 in the afternoon, and you'll very slowly see the moon cover the sun. And again, you must use the eclipse glasses when it's a partial eclipse. And then right around 2 p.m., that's when the moon covers the sun entirely. Daylight suddenly goes away. You're plunged into twilight. And for all of as much as 4 minutes, you can experience being in outer space, in essence, looking at a sky you've never seen. And I would encourage people to really go see it.
All right, David Barrett, we appreciate you. Thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk and bringing it, selling it for us. Thanks so much for your time, David. Appreciate it.
Well, I hope you have clear skies on April 8th. Thanks.
Me too. I'm with you. I'm ready for it. So thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. At the end of every month, we always like to hang with our friends over at Google to just kind of see where people are in terms of what they're downloading, what they're searching, what they're looking at online. And we're joined now by Sarah Armstrong, a Google search trends expert, joining us on the Digital Desk once again. Sarah, nice to see you once again. Let's talk about some of the different things that have come up on the Google Trends this month. And there are some definite things that are predictable, the Academy Awards, March Madness, that sort of thing. What are you seeing from those two particular things?
Yeah, you're definitely right, Andrew. Academy Awards and March Madness are huge topics in March. Of course, with the Oscars, I definitely tuned in. Lots of search interest in Oppenheimer, which won Best Picture, Cillian Murphy, part of that movie. But also, I'm Just Ken was trending. People loved Ryan Gosling's performance. It had sort of an homage to Marilyn Monroe. And then John Cena as well. He came out wearing pretty much no clothes, so people.
Yeah, I remember seeing that, and I thought it was very unusual, weird, odd, all those things all combined into one. But yes, you know, some people say, hey, any publicity is good publicity. He certainly got it for sure. And then March Madness, boy, that continues once again. And that's something that, I mean, they are experiencing record ratings that they haven't seen in its history. And of course, with that, you know, people are Googling all kinds of things, right?
Totally. March is Madness. I know Tennessee is still in it on the men's side. And then on the women's side, Caitlin Clark. She is that star out of Iowa. We're seeing a ton of search interest there. She has the most points, men's or women's, of all time. So people are really interested to see where her career goes and how she performs in March Madness.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we hear a lot about Caitlin Clark as well. And certainly glad she is amazing on the basketball court, that's for sure. I saw something in the science category, super commuting, where it's talking about commuter rail, commuter bike, commuter car. I'm trying to figure out what spawned that. Was there something I missed?
Yeah, and I think this is really a trend we're seeing as a result of COVID, actually. So, super commuting is when people have these really extreme commutes. Maybe they're crossing state lines to get to work. And, during the pandemic, a lot of people working remotely, they moved far away from their workplace. And now they're being asked to come back to the office, maybe in a hybrid approach. So, they're living quite far from work, but then making these super commutes to the office.
Got it. All right. Thank you for explaining that for me because I was just kind of just scratching my head like, what is going on? Another category I love looking at, I'm sure you guys do as well, is the odd news category. And this one, this month, people were searching a lot about making friends as adults and Bumble BFF. Tell me more.
Yeah, making friends, that's really popular right now. I wonder if it's because, graduation season is coming up. Maybe some folks are nervous about making friends in the workplace in adulthood, but Bumble BFF, yeah, we're seeing that spike right now. Bumble is a dating app. Usually people use it to meet people romantically, but they also have this feature where you can meet people just as friends. So maybe you move to a new city and you want to try and find people with similar interests. People are searching for that a lot right now.
Okay, didn't know that. Interesting. All right. So the food category, always got to take a look at the food category. And I see key lime pie cookies spiked 130%. Now, don't get me wrong, I love my cookies and I love key lime pie, but key lime cookies, that's new to me.
I know, and I actually have a question for you on this one, on what's being searched in Tennessee. So it was Pie Day this month, 3.14, March 14th. Lots of searches for pie. We took a look state by state, and in Tennessee, Kool-Aid pie is very popular, it looks like, in search interest. Have you ever heard of this?
Oh my gosh, Kool-Aid pie. I haven't. When I think about Pie Day, I think there's some local pizza places around here that'll have a special for a pizza pie for $3.14, and the line is just wrapped around the corner because everybody wants that pizza. But Kool-Aid pie, ugh.
Yeah, pizza pie makes more sense. I always go to like kind of sweet pies when I think about this, but I should be eating pizza on Pie Day. Kool-Aid pie, I think people are going for that sort of sweet, maybe fruity flavor that Kool-Aid has, but that was definitely a unique one.
Yeah, no question. And then finally, I'm seeing all kinds of things, spring break, trending culture, all kinds of stuff, right?
Yeah, spring break, super popular in March. It's really cold where I am right now. I'm in New York, so I definitely understand people wanting to go to warmer weather. Miami is the top trending spring break destination for Tennessee. We're also seeing a lot of searches for Mexico. What kind of caught my attention here is for what to do on spring break. We're seeing a lot of search interest in paintball and paint and sip, even escape rooms. So people are doing lots of activities over spring break.
Gone are the days we're just hanging out on the beach, drinking an adult beverage. I mean, I guess that's too boring, you know. All right.
I know. I guess we all need to do an escape room and paintball and those more active activities.
I know, seriously. I'll have to remember that next time I go on spring break. Sarah Armstrong, I appreciate it. Thanks so very much. Always appreciate our interviews. Take care.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Here's a look at your forecast for today. Give you a first alert to a warm day, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees today across the Mid-South. Maybe a small chance of an isolated shower, but most spots likely to stay dry as we go through the course of the day. Upper 70s to close to 80 degrees, again, with a warm southwesterly breeze flow that's going to be flowing through here. That's going to help to get the moisture going. That will set us up for what's going to happen late tonight heading into tomorrow. As we look at the rain chances, this is mainly going to happen overnight tonight heading into your Tuesday as a storm system makes progress across the area. Higher potential for stronger storms today to the north and west of us. Tomorrow, it'll be near and east of the city of Memphis, and that's what the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has already outlooked our area for. We're right on the edge, and again, just so you know how the SPC outlooks work. They are outlooking from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. So this outlook for Monday is from 7 a.m. Monday to 7 a.m. Tuesday. This outlook goes from 7 a.m. Tuesday till 7 a.m. Wednesday. Now, obviously, the case that we're going to be dealing with here today is going to be an overnight issue that starts to manifest itself after midnight tonight, then continues into Tuesday. But there's a period of time where the severe weather potential may actually go down. It may be right over the Mississippi River. So you see there's kind of a lull in the activity, and then it picks back up the farther east that we go. Now, I don't want you to get so caught up in where the lines end and begin. Everybody runs a risk, but this is not the off-the-charts risk that we may see sometimes in the spring months. Of course, we're a year removed now from a high-risk day. Back on March 31st, 2023, we had the EF3 tornadoes that went through Wynn and Covington and Adamsville. But this is going to be a situation where the ingredients may be there for a few of the storms that develop. Could be a bit on the stronger side, especially Tuesday afternoon, and it's very dependent on the timing of how this all plays out. We'll go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. Today, a passing shower chance. That's about it. A lot of clouds. Temperatures are going to be quite warm, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 this afternoon. Tonight should be fairly quiet. Now, notice this cluster of storms moving and shooting across portions of Missouri, southern Missouri, as we go into the overnight period. This would be the severe weather threat in the enhanced risk area for tonight. Again, from about Cape Girardeau points northward up towards St. Louis, out eastward into Illinois, and it actually starts really over near Fayetteville, Arkansas, and kind of makes its way off to the north and east. We will be okay tonight. I think once we get into the morning hours tomorrow, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we'll start to see our first batch of scattered showers developing, maybe a few thunderstorms, but severe weather, not likely. Is it possible? Yes, but again, not likely. We'll have another cluster of storms that will move inbound through the course of the morning. Now, I want you to look out to the west. This right here, some drier air punching into the storm system. That's the dry line. The dry line is the delineation from the moist, muggier air out ahead of it to very dry air behind it. That dry line acts as a triggering mechanism for showers and thunderstorms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Will it be near the Mississippi River, or will it be east of the Mississippi River, closer to the Tennessee River? That's to be seen. Right now, this particular model suggests closer to the Tennessee River. And a lot of the guidance does suggest closer to the Tennessee River, that we could see a flare-up of thunderstorms tomorrow during the course of the afternoon hours. Behind that, because, again, the dry line is the delineation between the muggier air out ahead of it and the drier air behind it, there's going to be some sunshine breaking out. And you're probably thinking to yourself, on a day where we're talking about severe weather, okay, I don't want to see sunshine. Well, here's the thing. The main trigger will be the dry line. So once the dry line pushes past you, you see a drop in humidity. That's going to be the indicator that the severe weather threats pretty much come to an end. I can't say it's out of the question beyond that, because there's still a cold front that's going to move through here. That's to the west. That'll come swinging through here during the course of the evening hours, and that may flare up another cluster of showers and storms as we get closer to sunset on your Tuesday. That will then shift eastward, and here comes the cooler air dropping southward for your Wednesday, starting off with clear skies in the 40s. Sunshine will give way to clouds, maybe an isolated shower going into your Wednesday afternoon. We'll struggle to work our way back up towards the 60-degree mark. Of course, a cooler turn for us as we go behind the system, moving into the middle portion of the week, the latter portion of the week, only managing the mid-60s by Friday, maybe approaching 70 as we get closer to Saturday and Sunday. So again, today, warm and breezy, well up into the 70s. We'll do it again tomorrow. The thing is that we're going to have those opportunities for rain and storms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Okay? That's going to be a critical part, and where it gets active as well, because where it gets active will also determine the intensity of the storms that are able to flare up. We are in a very peculiar location tomorrow where we will have just enough ingredients for storms to not go, and then just enough ingredients for the storms to go. And if they were to go up, that means that we would have a few stronger storms. It's not out of the realm of possibility. And I still think there's going to be sunshine mingled in there tomorrow. So again, it's not everybody finding themselves with showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. But where it does happen, one or two could be strong. We'll be watching that closely. We'll keep you updated on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Behind that, we'll have some sunshine early, clouds rolling in late in the day for your Wednesday, and struggling to get to 60. We'll work our way through the 60s for Thursday, Friday. Some frost potential in some of the outlying areas through the middle portion of the week. We'll try to claw our way back to the lower 70s. A lot of folks asking the question, what does next Monday look like for the eclipse? Right now, partly sunny, a chance for a shower. Watch it closely. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to the cloud conditions as we approach the eclipse. But before that happens here, this Monday into Tuesday, watching the potential for more rain and storms to move into the Mid-South.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. How many times do you use your phone? You know, like every week it'll tell you, you used your phone for 7 hours or 8 hours or more. We use this phone all the time, and that can really cause some problems. Mentally, it can cause some problems physically too, because you're not going around and doing any kind of physical activity or talking with people. And so now there is this thought of maybe having some tech-free detox zones out there. Let's bring in a frequent guest here to the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dr. Laura Schultz, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. She's also Senior Director of Behavioral Health. Dr. Schultz, thank you so much for returning on the Digital Desk. Tell us where we are when it comes to our phones and how detrimental it is to our mental health. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, you nailed it. I think the average American is spending around 7 hours a day looking at screen. And while much of that might be, accounted for by our work requirements, staring at the computer, we're also on our phones a lot. And that's the place where we could really start to make some difference if we chose to. Our children are spending like over 7 hours a day on their screens as well, which if you look at that pre-pandemic, they were averaging around 3.8 hours a day. So they've really seen the greatest increase. And it does have an impact on our physical health, our mental health. Our sleep goes down. We're not as active. We're not as engaged with the people around us. So sometimes it can be really good to give ourselves a break in the day from that screen time.
Yeah, I mean, it's too much. And, I know that with my kids, I have kids that are in college right now. When they were in high school, we always had to put limits on their phone and their phone use. We just found they were better at responding to us, interacting with others when we put those limits. It's amazing how much mental health is affected by these phones. So tell me about this idea of like tech-free detox zones.
Well, I think it's just good we set limits as parents all the time. Sometimes we're not as good at setting limits on ourselves, but boundaries are helpful, and we can set those for ourselves physically and emotionally, and we can set them regarding our phones. So one of the ideas is creating areas of your home that are just tech free, places where you can actually relax and unwind. I think many of us during the pandemic started working remotely, at least part time, and that means work follows us home a lot. And everyone thinks we should all be accessible all the time. But what if we had certain areas of our home where we could really just unplug, truly be present with those around us, and truly start to get some time relaxing? So that's the idea of creating some boundaries within your home in these specific areas that might just be tech free, places where you can relax and connect with those around you.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. So let's continue on. Let's talk about some of the areas of the house where we should be tech free.
The first one that comes to mind for me is that kitchen table or dining room table, wherever it is that you are having meals with those around you. One of the things that we know is when we're on our screens, we're not as mindful or present with the people around us or with what we're doing immediately in front of us. And so, what we see is people who are on their screens a lot tend to have a tendency to gain weight, eat less healthy foods. So, if you were to put the phones away, the TV off, and just be mindful and fully present with what you're eating, you're going to enjoy that food more. It's going to taste better because you're actually attending to the taste and the texture of the food. You're also going to be more aware of how much you're eating and what you're eating. So, mindful eating is something that we do a lot. We recommend that for folks who are trying to lose weight or be healthier. Just be fully present with your food, but also around that kitchen table or that dining room table, connections and community can happen. A lot of times, for most of us, if we do have a partner or children in the home or friends gathering, those are our most important people sitting around that table. And so it's an opportunity for us to look them in the eye and engage, recognize those nonverbals that we might miss if we're just texting all day, and really connect with those people. So I think both for enjoying the food, for our weight, for our health, and for our emotional and social well being, the kitchen table is a great place to start. Another place that I really think is wonderful to make a tech free zone is our bedroom. So, the bedroom really, we want it to become a sanctuary. We want that to be a place where we get high quality sleep. And screens are kind of the opposite of what would lead to high quality sleep. The blue lights reduce the melatonin that our brain produces, which is what leads to good quality sleep. Um, and also, the content of what we're staring at on our screens can be pretty emotionally stimulating. We're watching the news, we're engaging with social media. Comparison between ourselves and others on social media can lead to that anxiety and feelings of sadness. And that's never good right before you try to relax and go to bed. So making sure that bedroom is a place where you can relax and keeping the phones and the screens out can be really helpful. And then a third area of the home that I think we should really try to create as a tech-free zone is whatever our best outdoor space is. So it could be your backyard, your front patio, if you have some sort of a screened-in porch. Uh, the green space we know is really good for activating our parasympathetic nervous system, which helps us relax and unwind. But we miss that if we're staring at a screen. Same thing with getting that increased vitamin D and serotonin boost that comes with being outside. We're kind of stealing our own joy if we're staring at a screen in that relaxing outdoor space. So those three areas of the home for me would be top places that I would want to put the phones away.
I love it. Those are great areas where people can start and really kind of detox, no question about it. And what's interesting is I would think it won't take long for people to immediately see a difference, right?
I think so. 57% of us feel like we're addicted to our phones. And we're picking up our phones in 2023. The research showed us that the average American's picking up their phone 144 times a day. So I think if you were to start creating some detox zones, there could be an initial kind of increased anxiety of, oh my gosh, where's my phone? What am I missing? But what we'll find is that over time, that anxiety is going to start to come down, and then we can start to realize who we are apart from this digital device. And I do think over not very long, you'll start to experience that sense of relaxation of not having to be responsible to all of the things that come into your phone at any given point, whether those be work, requirements from families and friends, all the social media pressure to check those likes or see who's connecting with you, but to just be present in the world and in the life with the people that we have around us. It's really wonderful, and I do recommend people just start trying it and seeing if they start to notice their anxiety come down and their mood go up.
Great recommendations, Dr. Laurel Schultz, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, Senior Director of Behavioral Health. We appreciate you every time you come on the digital desk. Thanks very much. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. So you've made your New Year's resolutions, and now you're thinking, well, maybe I'm still keeping it, or I've gave up long ago. What do you do now? How do you still keep those goals, even though you've had some setbacks? Well, let's bring in Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare Counselor Kim McCaskill. She is here to kind of talk to us and talk through this issue. Kim, good morning. I feel like there are a lot of people that in this boat, right? Where do we start? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on. Yes, of course, there are many people in this boat. And I think I want to start off by saying that there's nothing magical about January 1st, right? We're sort of cultured to believe that there's something really special that's going to help us stick to our goals if we make a New Year's resolution. And the reality is that the new wears off of everything that we try, whether it's the new car that we bought or the new exercise program or the new relationship that we just got into. The new wears off of everything. And eventually we're going to run into challenges sticking to our goals. So it's very important not to be too hard on ourselves and to understand that we can always regroup and that it's normal to fall, sort of drift away from our goal and drift towards our goal.
Okay, so now that we've established that this is completely normal, how do we get back on the way to either, better finances, better weight loss, better health, that sort of thing?
Well, one thing I would like to encourage people to think about is how much are you criticizing yourself when you don't stick to the exact goals that you've made for yourself. Goals are important to set so that we know where we want to go. But if we don't really just take appraisal of what it is that's causing us to get off track, and we get bogged down in criticizing ourselves like, oh, I'm a loser, or oh, I can't stick to anything, we're really not going to make much progress and we're more likely to give up. So try to stay away from self-criticism and understand we're all human beings. We're all going to fall short of the goals that we set. Let's just focus on what got in the way. How can we do a little bit better tomorrow? And just try to be patient with ourselves and understand that life is a challenge and goals are a challenge. So we're really either drifting away or drifting towards. So we just want to focus on, okay, I kind of drifted away today. So how do I drift back towards my goal? And if we look at it as a constant sort of in motion state of our lives, then we can do a lot better with progress.
Right. I like that. You know, I mean, look, these things happen, and so we just have to consistently restart or refresh or work towards that goal that we set, you know, January 1st or what have you. What else can we tell people who may have had a little bit of a setback?
One thing to focus on is, did you set a goal that was too high or unrealistic? You know, there are a lot of articles out there in the media, magazines, blogs, and so forth that can be sort of confusing. And a lot of those programs and goals will try to get people to do too much too fast. And we can then put pressure on ourselves to do too much too fast. So I'm a big advocate of what the research really shows from a behavioral perspective, that really inching towards our goals tends to be better than trying to start something really big, really fast. It can set us up to feel like we're failing when really what we've done is just set something that's a little too much in the very, from the very beginning. So, for example, if somebody's going to work on a Couch to 5K program, you may need to do the first week of that program for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. There's nothing wrong with that. And gradually move yourself towards the goal. You really have to look at your mind and your body and what works for you, and try very hard not to get into comparing yourself to someone else and how they seem to be doing with their goals. Because really, you should just be competing with yourself. Am I doing a little bit better today than I was doing yesterday? And if not, what got in the way? And how do I do a little bit better tomorrow? And again, don't get into self criticism about falling short of something that you wanted to do for yourself. Just keep focusing on what you can do to move a little bit further.
I like it. I like it. Keep going. Absolutely. So where can we get some of these tips online? Perhaps a website where we can focus in on some of the things you discussed.
Well, with Methodist Healthcare, there is the Healthy 901 program that focuses on how to live a healthier lifestyle. Look at the Surgeon General has, great information available on the web. Really, what I want to encourage people to look at is what is research-based. There are a lot of programs that are set up that you can find all sorts of things online that may not be based in research. So what I want to encourage the public to do, use Google, do your research, look online, but who wrote the information? Where does it come from? Is it coming from a source where it's, published in, medical journals? Or are we really not sure where this information came from? So consider the source when you're looking up information about, about your health and about goals, lifestyle management, and things of that nature.
Okay, Kim McCaskill, counselor with Methodist Healthcare, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. We appreciate your time, Kim. Thanks so much for the enriching conversation. We appreciate it. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The way people are banking these days is changing. There's a brand new survey that's revealing what consumers want from their banks and how banks can build customer trust and create more positive experiences. Let's Let's get some insight on this survey with a banking expert. Daryl Knopp is joining us now on the Action News 5 digital desk. So, Daryl, good morning to you. How is banking changing in 2024?
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. No surprise to many of us, just like we've embraced our phones, we've really embraced digital banking, and partly because, hey, it's on that phone. But we've really turned that digital banking app, our PC, or more importantly, like I've said, our phone, into the center of our banking universe. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I think the biggest reason is we create so much transparency. You can see everything that's going on in the account, as opposed to the traditional channels of going into the bricks and mortar or the branch network and updating the old savings book that we all used to have. So really, the switch to digital banking is the primary thing that we've seen.
I totally get that. Certainly today's day and age with the apps and doing online banking, I mean, it's very easy to do. What about this survey? What does it reveal that customers are looking for in a bank these days, Daryl?
I think there's a few. I think the biggest thing is that they don't want their time is precious, and so they want to have an app that's very quick and easy to use, easy to kind of create new accounts. Needs to be intuitive and convenient, and so 1 out of 4 people will drop out of a process that takes 10 minutes or more. And I'm actually surprised that number's not higher, or at least that it's not lower from a time perspective. I would probably drop out of a new onboarding app after 3 minutes, just given the plethora of choices that people have from a digital banking perspective.
Agreed. What about things that consumers don't like, Daryl?
Well, consumers don't like their time wasted. Of course, if they like their time, if they want it to be convenient and timely, they want their time to be precious. And so little things like if I'm an existing customer and I'm opening a new product, having their time wasted by putting in their address again. You already have their address. You should be doing verification in different ways. And if people want to feel safe, right? We want to have fraud prevention. We want to have make sure that it is safe, that the data is safe, and that when you're asking for information from them, that you're explaining why you're asking for that information and how you're going to use it. So, make sure you're not wasting people's time with processes that are too lengthy, as well as it makes sure it's safe. I mean, nothing's more precious than the hard-earned dollars that we all have, and we want to make sure that they're safe and well taken care of.
No question about it. What about other factors that we found in the survey when it comes to banking customers, and what's making a difference when people bank online?
Again, I think I would lean in on the safety factors. So certainly fraud prevention, but the big differentiators, and we often don't see this, but it's just to make sure that the processes are personal, right? It's very easy. One of the things that we're doing is we're replacing the friendliness of a branch network with a digital banking app. So addressing little things like, "Good morning, Daryl, how are you doing?" Right? You can put that in the app, right? You can contextualize it around what time of day it is. You know a great deal about me, so utilize that information. Make me feel safe. Utilize that information. Make it personal. Those are the things that are making the real difference for people staying with their existing bank. Trust, convenience. Don't waste my time. Make sure I can do the things in the app that I need to do.
I got it. We have thousands of people that watch us. Anything else you want to mention, Daryl, before we let you go, maybe where we can get more information on this survey?
Absolutely. There's a tremendous amount of information at fico.com, both for you and I in our personal banking lives and your viewers' lives, as well as for banks or people who work at financial institutions on how they can start to embark upon this transformation that many in the industry are long on the path of.
Okay, Daryl Knopp, we appreciate it with FICO. Thanks for joining us on the digital desk. We appreciate the Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Make-A-Wish grants wishes that can lead to improved medical outcomes. And they wouldn't be possible without the support of thousands of wish makers taking action behind the scenes. Today, Make-A-Wish is announcing a big goal to recruit 1 million to become wish makers. We are pleased right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to be joined by Leslie Motter, President and CEO of Make-A-Wish America, and WWE superstar, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, joining us on the Digital Desk. Thank you so much for joining us, both of you. Good morning. Leslie, first over to you. What is a wish maker and why are they so important to Make-A-Wish?
Absolutely. A wish maker is any individual that gets involved with Make-A-Wish to enable wishes for our children. We all know the transformative power of a wish. They are absolutely life-changing. So all of those involved are wish makers. It's the everyday folks that volunteer. It's our individual donors. It's our superstars, our celebrities, doctors, nurses, corporate partners, and so much more. It really does take a village to grant a wish, and that's what a wish maker is.
That's fantastic. I think most of us are familiar very much with Make-A-Wish and everything that they do, and thank you so much for leading such an important effort. Cody, over to you. Why do you choose Make-A-Wish and grant wishes and be involved with this organization? I'm familiar with probably some reasons why, but I'd like to hear it from you.
Well, WWE really has had this wonderful, long-standing relationship with Make-A-Wish. It's 40 years, over 6,000 wishes have been granted. I feel when I got into the pro wrestling and sports entertainment game, you're thinking about the matches and the promos, and you're thinking about what you're going to be doing out there on that show that night. It doesn't really hit you that that's going to affect somebody, and then that effect they might wish to meet you, to have that experience with with their family and have that time. And that's the most beautiful gift of all. I think every superstar wants to have a championship title or something like that, no doubt. But to be able to say you were able to grant that wish and have that lasting moment, that's the most beautiful gift of all. Any day that I have a wish is an absolutely great day. I end up telling my wife about it on the phone. I talk about it all TV long, just because it's so unique and so special. And I'm really glad WWE and Make-A-Wish have that relationship.
You know, Cody, that's fantastic. I want to press a little bit further with what you said, because we saw so many pictures of you with some of those Make-A-Wish children there. Tell me what that means to not only you, but the organization of WWE, to have those fans there in the arena while there are various wrestling events going on.
Well, I think in terms of what it means is it's such a high honor, but also it's a fairly large responsibility that we as superstars or WWE wrestlers, however we refer, that we live up to what they've seen and their expectations. Last year at WrestleMania, we had 20-something wishes in the Circle of Champions all in one day on a movie set at Universal Studios. And this year, going into WrestleMania 40, 19 wishes are going to be granted Friday before the event. It's just, again, it's the highest honor, but I feel like it's a responsibility. I mentioned John Cena in terms of holding that wish record of, that we're all trying to chase him in terms of world titles and things of that nature, but that's the real record. That's the one that you want to get after, because it will mean the most. It will be the most real thing that we ever do.
Fantastic. Leslie, over to you. We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. If someone's watching, they want to get involved, how can they become a wish maker?
Absolutely. Go to wishmaker.com, wishmaker.com. We are so excited about April being our World Wish Month. We have a very ambitious goal. We want to recruit over 1 million wish makers to join us in making wishes come true for some very deserving children. There are so many ways to get involved. We encourage everyone to go to wishmaker.org.
Okay, Leslie Motter, we appreciate you, and Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare. Thanks so much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and we appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Here's a look at your forecast for today. Give you a first alert to a warm day, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees today across the Mid-South. Maybe a small chance of an isolated shower, but most spots likely to stay dry as we go through the course of the day. Upper 70s to close to 80 degrees, again, with a warm southwesterly breeze flow that's going to be flowing through here. That's going to help to get the moisture going. That will set us up for what's going to happen late tonight heading into tomorrow. As we look at the rain chances, this is mainly going to happen overnight tonight heading into your Tuesday as a storm system makes progress across the area. Higher potential for stronger storms today to the north and west of us. Tomorrow, it'll be near and east of the city of Memphis, and that's what the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has already outlooked our area for. We're right on the edge, and again, just so you know how the SPC outlooks work, they are outlooking from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. So this outlook for Monday is from 7 a.m. Monday to 7 a.m. Tuesday. This outlook goes from 7 a.m. Tuesday till 7 a.m. Wednesday. Now, obviously, the case that we're going to be dealing with here today is going to be an overnight issue that starts to manifest itself after midnight tonight, then continues into Tuesday. But there's a period of time where the severe weather potential may actually go down. It may be right over the Mississippi River. So you see there's kind of a lull in the activity, and then it picks back up the farther east that we go. Now, I don't want you to get so caught up in where the lines end and begin. Everybody runs a risk, but this is not the off-the-charts risk that we may see sometimes in the spring months. Of course, we're a year removed now from a high-risk day. Back on March 31st, 2023, we had the EF3 tornadoes that went through Wynn and Covington and Adamsville. But this is going to be a situation where the ingredients may be there for a few of the storms that develop. Could be a bit on the stronger side, especially Tuesday afternoon, and it's very dependent on the timing of how this all plays out. We'll go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. Today, a passing shower chance. That's about it. A lot of clouds. Temperatures are going to be quite warm, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 this afternoon. Tonight should be fairly quiet. Now, notice this cluster of storms moving and shooting across portions of Missouri, southern Missouri, as we go into the overnight period. This would be the severe weather threat in the enhanced risk area for tonight. Again, from about Cape Girardeau points northward up towards St. Louis, out eastward into Illinois, and it actually starts really over near Fayetteville, Arkansas, and kind of makes its way off to the north and east. We will be okay tonight. I think once we get into the morning hours tomorrow, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we'll start to see our first batch of scattered showers developing, maybe a few thunderstorms, but severe weather, not likely. Is it possible? Yes, but again, not likely. We'll have another cluster of storms that will move inbound through the course of the morning. Now, I want you to look out to the west. This right here, some drier air punching into the storm system. That's the dry line. The dry line is the delineation from the moist, muggier air out ahead of it to very dry air behind it. That dry line acts as a triggering mechanism for showers and thunderstorms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Will it be near the Mississippi River, or will it be east of the Mississippi River, closer to the Tennessee River? That's to be seen. Right now, this particular model suggests closer to the Tennessee River. And a lot of the guidance does suggest closer to the Tennessee River, that we could see a flare-up of thunderstorms tomorrow during the course of the afternoon hours. Behind that, Because, again, the dry line is the delineation between the muggier air out ahead of it and the drier air behind it, there's going to be some sunshine breaking out. And you're probably thinking to yourself, on a day where we're talking about severe weather, okay, I don't want to see sunshine. Well, here's the thing. The main trigger will be the dry line. So once the dry line pushes past you, you see a drop in humidity. That's going to be the indicator that the severe weather threats pretty much come to an end. I can't say it's out of the question beyond that because there's still a cold front that's going to move through here. That's to the west. That'll come swinging through here during the course of the evening hours, and that may flare up another cluster of showers and storms as we get closer to sunset on your Tuesday. That will then shift eastward, and here comes the cooler air dropping southward for your Wednesday, starting off with clear skies in the 40s. Sunshine will give way to clouds, maybe an isolated shower going into your Wednesday afternoon. We'll struggle to work our way back up towards the 60-degree mark. Of course, a cooler turn for us as we go behind the system, moving into the middle portion of the week, the latter portion of the week, only managing the mid-60s by Friday, maybe approaching 70 as we get closer to Saturday and Sunday. So again, today, warm and breezy, well up into the 70s. We'll do it again tomorrow. The thing is that we're going to have those opportunities for rain and storms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is when will the dry line get active, okay? That's going to be a critical part, and where it gets active as well, because where it gets active will also determine the intensity of the storms that are able to flare up. We are in a very peculiar location tomorrow where we will have just enough ingredients for storms to not go, and then just enough ingredients for the storms to go. And if they were to go up, that means that we would have a few stronger storms. It's not out of the realm of possibility. And I still think there's just going to be sunshine mingled in there tomorrow. So again, it's not everybody finding themselves with showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. But where it does happen, one or two could be strong. We'll be watching that closely. We'll keep you updated on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Behind that, we'll have some sunshine early, clouds rolling in late in the day for your Wednesday, and struggling to get to 60. We'll work our way through the 60s for Thursday, Friday. Some frost potential in some of the outlying areas through the middle portion of the week. We'll try to claw our way back to the lower 70s. A lot of folks asking the question, what does next Monday look like for the eclipse? Right now, partly sunny, a chance for a shower. Watch it closely. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to the cloud conditions as we approach the eclipse. But before that happens here, this Monday into Tuesday, watching the potential for more rain and storms to move into the Mid-South.
Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to go now to one of our friends who gives us such great knowledge when it comes to getting a job, looking at the job market, resume help. Angela Copeland, she's Vice President of Recruiter.com. Angela, good morning. How are you?
Hey, thank you for having me.
No, I appreciate you making time for us because it is such a workers market out there. Employees really have a lot of options right now beginning in 2022. And we want to talk about resumes and the best way to let your resume kind of speak for yourself, stand out, and some of the mistakes that people make out there. But let's begin with making that resume stand out, Angela.
Wow, this is such an exciting time to be looking for a job, but the thing that you need first is you need a resume. So even if you don't need a job today, but you're thinking sometime in the next few months, get started and have one ready. I think that is the first mistake that people make, is that they wait until someone says to me, email me your resume, and then they've got to start from scratch. And it's just like a total panic trying to get it together.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, no question. And so once you get that resume developed, what are some ways, I guess, that you could enhance that resume?
Sure, absolutely. I think the very first thing is you should do the resume yourself. Very often, people want to hire someone to write their resume for them. It's a very attractive option, right? Because it's kind of a pain. You're shoving years of experience into 1 or 2 pages, and that's what I would suggest is 1 whole page or 2 whole pages. But I've noticed that when people hire out their resume writing, sometimes there will be errors in it. So you really want to write your own resume. You want to pay very specific attention to things like spelling, because if you do have spelling errors, there's a chance they will just kick you right out. I would also think about the fact that a lot of hiring managers or HR professionals, they will read what is at the top of the first page first. And so really focus your energy on making that portion of your resume look good. Also, if there's a particular job you're applying to, closely read the job description and make sure that anything that's mentioned in the job description that you know how to do is also included in your resume. So the words that are in your resume are just as important as the actual sort of format and look and feel. I mean, it's like you wouldn't show up to an interview in shorts and flip-flops the same way that you want your resume to actually look polished and like you've put some work into it.
What are your thoughts, Angela, on cover letters?
You know, this is such an interesting question. It's very controversial. A lot of people want to say that cover letters are no longer a thing. But I will tell you, when you're applying for a job, if there are 2 equally qualified candidates, of course, they're both going to have a resume. And if one has a cover letter, that one will be given special treatment. And in other words, you know, the cover letter is a chance to really explain why you're a good fit for the job. And that's your chance to sell yourself, because when a hiring manager or a recruiter read through your resume, they're sort of figuring out why you're a good fit. Like they're having to piece it together. But the cover letter is your chance to really explain it to them. So I would take the time to do a cover letter. You want to explain why you're interested in the job, why you're a good fit, and do summarize some of your background. So you will be repeating some of the things that are on your resume on your cover letter.
Yeah, great advice there. Are there, and you mentioned, you know, making sure that you do the resume yourself so you get a nice, accurate depiction for that prospective employer. Are there any structures out there, you know, Word, do they have any advantages when it comes to building that resume? Is there any place you can go to really kind of use, I don't know, some software?
It's a good question. So the way that your resume looks, I really think it depends on the industry that you work in. If you work in a traditional industry like engineering, I would go with a much more straightforward look to your resume, like a more old-fashioned look. If you work in sort of a hip industry like marketing or possibly sales, I would look for something that's more stylized. So Microsoft Word does have templates. Interestingly enough, the website Etsy.com also sells resume templates that are really quite stylized and nice if you're working in marketing, for example. So there are places that you can look for these stylized, you know, resume formats, but I would not use them unless you're working in an industry that is especially sort of hip and cool.
So on one of the websites, and you know, I'm just looking here, my producer and I were checking this out, it mentioned something about the possibility of maybe adding hobbies or interests in a section on your resume, just to kind of, you know, go with that work culture that a lot of corporations and a lot of different offices are going towards. What are your thoughts on maybe putting interests and hobbies on that resume?
It's a good question. You know, there have been times in my own career where I have included hobbies and interests, and there have been times where I've absolutely left them off. So I would say it really is a case-by-case basis. I would think about why you're adding them. So for me, I started out, my undergrad is computer and systems engineering. I started out as a computer programmer. And when I was trying to get employers to see me as more than someone who writes computer code, I started including hobbies. But of course, I picked hobbies that were interesting, like travel, that could get a conversation going. Another potential place to include hobbies is if you're looking to transition away from your current industry, and if in some way your hobby aligns to the industry that you want to move into. So it's both really, am I trying to get an employer to just see me differently, or am I trying to get an employer to understand how I might fit into their industry?
Excellent, excellent. Now, there's something else when it comes to follow-up, because a lot of us, want to hear right back, right away, on demand. What's the employer? Are they interested? What do they think of this? What are your guidelines for following up after you send your resume?
That's a good question. I would say if you know who to contact, feel free to send them an email. Or if you've had an interview, send them a thank you email afterward. And, every, say, 2 weeks or so, it's appropriate to send a follow-up email. I would not send too many because you may be sort of labeled as sort of difficult or annoying, but you do need to get an answer. I would say don't assume that you will get a job, no matter how qualified you are for it. If you really need a new job, keep looking until a company actually gives you an offer, because anything could happen. Like, for example, they could put the position on hold completely, or the hiring manager could leave the company and they could decide not to hire the position, or they could decide to hire in the future. So just keep looking until you actually have a job offer in hand.
Okay, let's talk now about some of the mistakes that people make on those resumes. We've talked about the enhancements, now things that are completely wrong.
There are a number of things that people can really work on their resumes. One of the big ones I would say is look at the email address that you're using on your resume. So a lot of folks like to use email addresses like AOL. And what that communicates to the employer is that you're a bit out of date in terms of technology, and you don't want that being the thing that you're communicating. So look for something like a Gmail email address that would be a good fit. You also, when it comes to email address, you want to use an email address that is related to your name. So not a hobby, not like horseback rider at AOL.com. And you also don't want to include anything in that email address that is an indication of your age. So many people will put their birth year in their email address or the year they graduated from high school. You want to steer clear of any of that information. Also, I would leave off a photo. Do not include a photo of yourself on your resume. That is done in some countries, but in the US, people do not include photos on their resume. It's an unusual thing to do. So those are a couple of areas that I would start with. Again, keeping things honest and consistent. So look for errors that are spelling errors, but also make sure that you're not fibbing, because it could get back to your previous employer, and that's not how you want to start out with any new job.
Okay, so we got the resume all situated, all nice and pretty for everybody. Then you have to do something about your social media, right? Because a lot of times when we'll hear somebody or we'll meet somebody, they'll immediately go and see if they can find them on social media, and you want to make sure that's legitimate, right?
Well, so yes, it's interesting because 20 years ago, this was sort of a non-issue, but we've all been posting for the last so many years on Facebook, for example. And so there's a huge history of information available about us on the internet. If you are starting to launch a real job search and you're starting to have interviews, I would go in and at a bare minimum, I'd look at your privacy settings. Look and see what could someone see on your Facebook, on your Twitter, on your Instagram if they were not friends with you. Because you want to be sure that anything public really represents the brand that you're putting forward in the job interview. I do think this is a real issue. Many times you talk to job seekers and they assume that a company would never Google you and would never look things up about you, but they do. They really do. So you want to do it first and make sure that what's out there really represents you in the best way possible.
Okay, Angela, all great
I'm not
advice,
sure I
very
understand.
effective here. Can we, anything else you want to mention before we let you go regarding resumes, do's, don'ts, anything?
I think the biggest thing is get started now. This is such an exciting time to be looking for a job, as you mentioned. And the last thing you want is to really be caught behind the 8 ball, so to speak. So update your resume, keep things quiet, but ask a close friend to proofread your resume for you, because they will find errors that you may have missed.
All right, Angela Copeland, Vice President, Recruiter.com. Great advice. We appreciate it very much. And thanks so much. Look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. America is getting older. We know about this. In fact, 4 million people, more than 4 million people in the U.S. will celebrate their 65th birthday alone. Turning 65, of course, significant for many reasons. One, perhaps marks the beginning of a new healthcare journey with Medicare. And experts say planning before you hit and before you're eligible can have a positive impact on your health for years to come. Let's talk more about this topic with Dr. Jennifer Taylor, Senior Medical Director at Humana. Dr. Taylor, good morning to you. So what advice would you give someone who's turning 65 this year?
Good morning. There's a few things. The first thing I would say is to start your research now, because it's important to understand the different parts of Medicare. For example, Original Medicare offers coverage for hospital stays and doctor's visits. There's a deductible for each, and you're responsible for 20% of the cost. Whereas Medicare Advantage covers hospital visits, doctor's visits, ER visits, and it can cover prescription drugs as well at no extra cost. Plus, there's a yearly cap on out-of-pocket fees.
All right, so we know that primary care plays a significant role when it comes to managing our health, but a significant number of Americans right now do not have a primary care doctor. For seniors who don't have a primary care doctor, what considerations would you recommend?
Having a primary care doctor that knows you, knows your health history and your own personal risk factors can make a huge difference in terms of your longevity and your quality of life. So your insurance provider can help you find a doctor within your network that accepts your plan. At Humana, we encourage our Medicare Advantage members to select a doctor that's involved in value-based care. Because with value-based care, your doctor has more frequent visits with you, and those visits are longer. So this gives you a chance to ask more questions. It gives your doctor the chance to get to know you better, and it gives your doctor the opportunity to know the social and emotional things that make you you, and those things that might impact your health.
So what would you say are the most important things for younger seniors, what they can do in order to stay healthy, doctor?
Well, once you've found your primary care physician, schedule an annual wellness visit, because this is your opportunity to sit down with your doctor and go over all the screenings that are available and which ones are best for you based on your own personal health needs. Screenings make a huge difference because they allow us to catch conditions early where we can have a positive impact. And it's also important to understand your Medicare benefits. For example, Part B covers things you may not expect, like alcohol cessation and some tobacco cessation.
We know that coming out of the pandemic, loneliness and social isolation impacted so many people's mental health. And study after study out there, Dr. Taylor, I'm sure you're well aware, that shows that the longevity of a lot of seniors is based upon a lot of times their social circle, how socially active they are. So can you talk more about how social activity is so important for seniors?
Social isolation impacts as many as 43% of seniors. It puts them at high risk of health challenges. Loneliness can lead to mental health issues, and it can even lead to increased death from common conditions like heart disease. It can cause stroke and even lead to dementia. So here at Humana, we try to look at the whole person, and we try to identify our seniors that are at risk of social isolation and get them plugged into community resources and make sure that they're maximizing all the benefits that are available to them.
Where can our viewers go for more information? We have thousands that tune in each and every morning here at the Digital Desk.
The best place to go is Medicare.gov. You can compare plans and get information about star ratings, which tell you about the patient experience. And for more information on Humana's offerings, they can go to Humana.com.
Okay, Dr. Jennifer Taylor, Senior Medical Director at Humana, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Here's a look at your forecast for today. Give you a first alert to a warm day, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees today across the Mid-South. Maybe a small chance of an isolated shower, but most spots likely to stay dry as we go through the course of the day. Upper 70s to close to 80 degrees, again, with a warm southwesterly breeze flow that's going to be flowing through here. That's going to help to get the moisture going. That will set us up for what's going to happen late tonight heading into tomorrow. As we look at the rain chances, this is mainly going to happen overnight tonight heading into your Tuesday as a storm system makes progress across the area. Higher potential for stronger storms today to the north and west of us. Tomorrow, it'll be near and east of the city of Memphis, and that's what the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has already outlooked our area for. We're right on the edge, and again, just so you know how the SPC outlooks work, they are outlooking from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. So this outlook for Monday is from 7 a.m. Monday to 7 a.m. Tuesday. This outlook goes from 7 a.m. Tuesday till 7 a.m. Wednesday. Now, obviously, the case that we're going to be dealing with here today is going to be an overnight issue that starts to manifest itself after midnight tonight, then continues into Tuesday. But there's a period of time where the severe weather potential may actually go down. It may be right over the Mississippi River. So you see there's kind of a lull in the activity, and then it picks back up the farther east that we go. Now, I don't want you to get so caught up in where the lines end and begin. Everybody runs a risk, but this is not the off-the-charts risk that we may see sometimes in the spring months. Of course, we're a year removed now from a high-risk day. Back on March 31st, 2023, we had the EF3 tornadoes that went through Wynn and Covington and Adamsville. But this is going to be a situation where the ingredients may be there for a few of the storms that develop. Could be a bit on the stronger side, especially Tuesday afternoon, and it's very dependent on the timing of how this all plays out. We'll go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. Today, a passing shower chance. That's about it. A lot of clouds. Temperatures are going to be quite warm, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 this afternoon. Tonight should be fairly quiet. Now, notice this cluster of storms moving and shooting across portions of Missouri, southern Missouri, as we go into the overnight period. This would be the severe weather threat in the enhanced risk area for tonight. Again, from about Cape Girardeau points northward up towards St. Louis, out eastward into Illinois, and it actually starts really over near Fayetteville, Arkansas, and kind of makes its way off to the north and east. We will be okay tonight. I think once we get into the morning hours tomorrow, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we'll start to see our first batch of scattered showers developing, maybe a few thunderstorms, but severe weather not likely. Is it possible? Yes, but again, not likely. We'll have another cluster of storms that will move inbound through the course of the morning. Now, I want you to look out to the west. This right here, some drier air punching into the storm system. That's the dry line. The dry line is the delineation from the moist, muggier air out ahead of it to very dry air behind it. That dry line acts as a triggering mechanism for showers and thunderstorms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Will it be near the Mississippi River, or will it be east of the Mississippi River, closer to the Tennessee River? That's to be seen. Right now, this particular model suggests closer to the Tennessee River. And a lot of the guidance does suggest closer to the Tennessee River, that we could see a flare-up of thunderstorms tomorrow during the course of the afternoon hours. Behind that, because, again, the dry line is the delineation between the muggier air out ahead of it and the drier air behind it, there's going to be some sunshine breaking out. And you're probably thinking to yourself, on a day where we're talking about severe weather, okay, I don't want to see sunshine. Well, here's the thing. The main trigger will be the dry line. So once the dry line pushes past you, you see a drop in humidity. That's going to be the indicator that the severe weather threats pretty much come to an end. I can't say it's out of the question beyond that, because there's still a cold front that's going to move through here. That's to the west. That'll come swinging through here during the course of the evening hours, and that may flare up another cluster of showers and storms as we get closer to sunset on your Tuesday. That will then shift eastward, and here comes the cooler air dropping southward for your Wednesday, starting off with clear skies in the 40s. Sunshine will give way to clouds, maybe an isolated shower going into your Wednesday afternoon. We'll struggle to work our way back up towards the 60-degree mark. Of course, a cooler turn for us as we go behind the system, moving into the middle portion of the week, the latter portion of the week, only managing the mid-60s by Friday, maybe approaching 70 as we get closer to Saturday and Sunday. So again, today, warm and breezy, well up into the 70s. We'll do it again tomorrow. The thing is that we're going to have those opportunities for rain and storms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Okay, that's going to be a critical part, and where it gets active as well, because where it gets active will also determine the intensity of the storms that are able to flare up. We are in a very peculiar location tomorrow where we will have just enough ingredients for storms to not go, and then just enough ingredients for the storms to go. And if they were to go up, that means that we would have a few stronger storms. It's not out of the realm of possibility. And I still think there's going to be sunshine mingled in there tomorrow. So again, it's not everybody finding themselves with showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. But where it does happen, one or two could be strong. We'll be watching that closely. We'll keep you updated on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Behind that, we'll have some sunshine early, clouds rolling in late in the day for your Wednesday, and struggling to get to 60. We'll work our way through the 60s for Thursday, Friday. Some frost potential in some of the outlying areas through the middle portion of the week. We'll try to claw our way back to the lower 70s. A lot of folks asking the question, what does next Monday look like for the eclipse? Right now, partly sunny, a chance for a shower. We'll watch it closely. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to the cloud conditions as we approach the eclipse. But before that happens here, this Monday into Tuesday, watching the potential for more rain and storms to move into the Mid-South.
Good morning, everyone. Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to talk about two stories that were on the pages digitally of the Daily Memphian. One has to deal with FedEx Forum renovations and the bill clearing key hurdles, and then another one has to deal with the Memphis Police Department and the police chief that could be disposed in Tyre Nichols' lawsuit. Let's bring in the author and the reporter of both of those articles, Sam Hardiman with Daily Memphian. Sam, good morning to you. Appreciate talking to you every other Monday. So looking at the FedEx Forum renovations bill that clears the hurdle at state government in Nashville, I remember you writing something several weeks ago about this very issue, and it feels like to me that progress has been made not only with this bill passing in Nashville, but also it feels like all sides involved negotiated, they came together, and this is going to benefit everyone, it seems. Am I wrong with this, or is this pretty accurate?
Yeah, I mean, this bill has to still pass both the Senate and the House like fully, but it cleared two key committee hurdles last week. And what this bill would do is it would give hotel motel tax that's currently collected. It would cap the amount of hotel motel tax that can go to Memphis Tourism, the local Convention and Visitors Bureau, and essentially set aside a portion relatively for FedEx Forum's future renovations. And that's what would happen. And so what has come to pass is legislators say, Representative Kevin Vaughn and Senator Brent Taylor have said that Memphis Tourism, city and local government kind of came together a week ago and really decided on a resolution that they're in agreement that this is the path forward to help fund FedEx Forum renovations and not dilute the money that goes to Memphis Tourism. There's a chance Memphis Tourism may not lose any money in this deal. It just has the amount of money it could receive in the future capped. But it still has to go, through a couple more hurdles, has to pass both bodies generally, which could happen in the coming weeks. It has another committee hearing tomorrow. But definitely, Andrew, to the spirit of your question, which I think this is moving forward. The FedEx Forum renovations are moving forward, albeit slowly, albeit very granularly, but yes, they're moving forward.
And there's no one from your vantage point that's really opposed to this formula, is it? Are there?
I think I don't know enough to answer that question. I think that what we've been told is Memphis Tourism is okay with this. But it's certainly possible that them or the Tennessee, hoteliers, their hotel and lodging association may not love this. And may not love this sort of cap being put on future hotel motel tax revenues to go to tourism promotion and not love having this revenue diverted towards FedEx Forum. There's still that possibility, but no one has openly opposed it quite yet in its current form.
Okay, we'll have to be watching that in Nashville along with you and see how things move forward, perhaps clearing more hurdles in the coming weeks. The other article is about Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis and perhaps other top brass at Memphis Police Department could be disposed in this Tyre Nichols lawsuit. Is this the one? Can you fill us in on this? Is this the one that the city of Memphis is facing civil rights, right?
Yes, it is the civil lawsuit that the city of Memphis is facing from Nichols' family and estate, from his mother, and she's also the executor of his estate in this case. And yeah, essentially, her attorneys, Antonio Romanucci and Javier Rodriguez, last week filed a motion to essentially expand the amount of people that could be deposed. It could be capped at 35, but instead they would like to depose more, and they would like to depose people for longer periods of time. The city is opposing that. There was supposed to be a hearing on that Wednesday, but it's been rescheduled to a week from today at 2:30. And so the real news of the filing last week is, as part of civil litigation, each party, the plaintiff in this case, has to say, hey, here's who I would want to depose, and here's what broadly I'm going to be asking them about. And so in this case, which is obviously a very notable and noteworthy case, MPD's top brass could be called and asked about the practices of the Memphis Police Department. They could be asked about the department's knowledge of the Constitution, the department's obeyance of the Constitution and the spirit of the Constitution, as well as its practices further. And so that is a really interesting thing, because at the same time, in a separate, essentially legal proceeding, the Department of Justice has a pattern of practice investigation into the city of Memphis. And so you're going to have the top brass being deposed potentially by both the DOJ, Department of Justice in that, and you could also have the city of Memphis top brass being deposed by the Wells family as, that civil rights case reaches its conclusion. So it's quite noteworthy.
I notice there might be a delay, and there's supposed to be a hearing April 3rd.
Yeah, that was Magistrate Judge Annie Kristoff ruled this morning. I don't know if she ruled last night or this morning. It was entered this morning. That essentially said that hearing will be delayed for a week. They were going to have a hearing on the motion to have more than 35 depositions on Wednesday. And instead it'll be rolled to next Monday.
Okay, all right. Keeping us up to date, Sam Hardiman. Anything else before we let you go?
No, hope everyone enjoyed the beautiful weather this weekend. I just did order a ring light, so the half and half yin and yang face is going to go away, I hope. And yeah, great to see you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Sam Hardiman. You are a man of the people, and we appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk each and every time you do. Great work as always. We appreciate it. We'll be following these stories among other stories that you report. Thanks so very much.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. Lots of clouds out there, still warm, 70 degrees. We got your forecast coming up in 60 seconds. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Too many times we forget the impact of just a small, simple gesture and what it can make. And this is exactly why National Random Acts of Kindness Day is being celebrated and encouraged for everyone to spread kindness. We have Megan Murphy now joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to talk about this specific day. She is a Nextdoor ambassador, a lifestyle expert. And Megan, for anyone that doesn't know, what is Random Acts of Kindness Day and how did it get started? Good morning.
Yay. Well, thank you so much for having me. I love to sprinkle kindness like confetti, and Random Acts of Kindness Day is just an excuse to do more of that. There is a Random Acts of Kindness Foundation that was founded in 1995, but Random Acts of Kindness Day was founded in 2004 in New Zealand. A man was witnessing some road rage and thought to himself, what if there was just a day dedicated to kindness? Random Acts of Kindness Day was born, and it traveled to the States, and we celebrate every year on February 17th.
February 17th. Okay, so we can mark it down as this Friday. And so how should we?
It's also, but this entire week is Random Acts of Kindness Week.
Okay.
We happen to be on the eve of Random Acts of Kindness Day, but really there's no limit on kindness, right? Spread it all.
Of course. Of course, of course. I totally agree with you. It's something that we should be doing each and every day. So let's talk for some of our viewers out there, because we're speaking to thousands of people right now. How do we practice Random Acts of Kindness Day? What are some of the, I guess, guidelines?
So I like to think about neighbor care. We always talk about self-care and taking care of ourselves, but what about practicing neighbor care for National Random Acts of Kindness Day? There was Nextdoor did this survey, and they found that connecting with as few as 6 neighbors in your community can help with loneliness and anxiety, social anxiety and depression. So we need to connect. And how do we do that? We connect through kindness. It can be really, really simple. Bringing in someone's recycling, taking out someone's garbage, noticing, an Amazon package is sitting in the rain and tucking it under the awning. These small little gestures, putting your phone away when you're walking your dog, looking up and smiling and engaging with your neighbors, letting them feel seen and recognized, giving someone a small compliment. And on Nextdoor, we like to use the hashtag #KindNeighbor to share some of those gestures, because here's the thing about kindness. It's contagious. So if you hear me doing something good or see me doing something good, you're more likely to do it as well.
It is such an infectious thing. I love doing it myself, and it's happened to me. I'll have someone. I love making eye contact with someone, a stranger on the sidewalk or whatever, and just smiling. Something as simple as that can change an attitude of somebody. Someone came up to me and said, "Hey, I love your watch," and I was like in a great mood for hours after that. That's all it was. I mean, it's amazing how some simple, small acts can go such a long way.
It's just those points of connection, because we want to realize that we're a part of something bigger than ourselves. And when we step out of ourselves and connect with our community, connect with our neighbors, we feel better, and they feel better as well. It has this feel-good ripple effect. And again, it doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be this big sweeping gesture. You could make blueberry muffins for breakfast and just simply walk one across the street to your neighbor, or notice that your neighbor's sidewalk isn't shoveled and shovel it for her, right? Very simple things, but extending outside of yourself and making people feel hugged and seen and accounted for.
I like some of your acts of kindness, Megan. Can we talk about some other ideas for some people out there? What else could we do?
Sure. So, hashtag #KindNeighbor through Nextdoor is a great way to get inspiration. I also think just looking Nextdoor app and seeing, okay, so-and-so is looking for a lost cat. How can I help? Can I look in the park? Can I create flyers? So-and-so needs their sidewalk. They're looking for someone to shovel their sidewalk. Can I volunteer to be that person? Really seeing a need and wondering how you could fill that void. Another thing that my kids and I do is we paint kindness rocks. We'll write positive message on rocks, and we'll tuck them on the park bench, or put someone by someone's mailbox, just for that little hit of yay or joy in an unexpected way on an unexpected day.
There's so much negativity when it comes to social media. You see a lot of it. You see a lot on some of the headlines. So an opportunity of something just so small, that's positive, that's uplifting, happy in nature, can go such a long way for so many people. Where can some of our viewers get some more information about National Acts of Kindness Day?
So you can download the Nextdoor app. Just look for the little green N in the App Store. And when you get onto the feed, look for the hashtag #KindNeighbor, because that's where we're going to be sharing all of these really wonderful random acts of kindness. And they're not that random, right? Like, make a pointed effort to practice kindness.
Absolutely. Megan Murphy, really appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks very much. I love your shot right there. It's positive, it's uplifting. I just did a random act of kindness. Very easy to do, right?
Yay, thank you.
All right, have a good one, okay?
And joining me this morning is Grace Hoyt, Google technology expert, who is here to share some helpful advice. Good morning to you, Grace. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Let's get right into it. Scams. I know you've probably talked about this many times, but how can we spot scams for those who like to do a little online shopping? And keep in mind, I'm taking notes because I'm one of those who loves to shop.
Absolutely. Well, that's the same for me as well. We do want folks to be aware that scams are on the rise. You also might hear this called phishing with a PH because these bad actors are trying to bait and hook folks in. A red flag to look out for when you receive an email, text, or phone call is to not share your personal information with someone who isn't verified. So what I mean by this is that these scammers are trying to reach out and impersonate governments, banks, or trusted stores and merchants and request your financial information or other personal information. So if this happens to you, we ask folks take a beat, disengage, then go yourself directly to that source through an authoritative path. What I mean by that is go look on Google search, go to that actual website, call your bank or reach out through your app to your bank directly. Don't respond to those things where folks are reaching out to you. I also like to say if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. If you're being contacted about a deal that is time sensitive, requires you to pay now or add a credit card now, again, don't respond to those, take a beat, and then go directly to that merchant.
Great advice. And I know it's still tax season. So not just tax season, though. How often do we see online scams?
Yeah, so these are definitely on the rise. We did see a big uptick, especially starting with the pandemic, with folks spending more time online. So again, if there's someone rushing you into doing something that you're not comfortable with, take a beat, go directly to that source. One thing that I'm also really excited to share with folks is the importance of two-step verification. We do know that mistakes will happen. We know that there have been password leaks and breaches that have happened. So folks should really go into their Google account settings at myaccount.google.com and turn that on. Two-step verification means there's a second way to authenticate you are who you say you are. Folks are usually familiar with this when they receive a text message from their bank, for example. We are loving this new tool called a passkey. That allows you to sign into your Google account, to your favorite sites and apps, using the same way that you sign into your phone. So that could be your phone PIN, that could be showing your face or your fingerprint, whatever that looks like for you. Go ahead and turn on Passkey. We've partnered with folks' favorite sites and apps. So this works across Android and Chrome. Uber, Home Depot, eBay, they're all taking this step to enable Passkey because we know that it's such a seamless way for folks to sign in without having to type a password.
And based on your experience, even with that two-step verification, can scammers ease their way around that as well, or no?
What's great about Passkey is this is a secure, safe way to authenticate. So there are types of two-step verification, such as text message, that aren't as secure as Passkey. We like to talk about it in cybersecurity as something you know versus something you have. So when it comes to a Passkey, you have to, that bad actor would have to not only have your password, but also have your device itself. So this is really making life hard for those remote attackers. And that's our job at Google. We want to make it really, really hard for those bad actors who are, sitting somewhere and trying to get into your account. So we're thrilled about Passkey. We really hope that folks will adopt that. I did also want to share, you mentioned online shopping. There's something that we have rolled out called a virtual credit card that we think is a really helpful tool for folks. You can use that with Google, and instead of sharing your credit card information with a store or merchant, Google will actually handle that transaction. So in the event that that merchant is subject to a hack or a data breach, they don't also get your credit card information along with that.
Oh, that's great advice. So with that virtual credit card, do you have to sign up? How do you access it?
That you can go ahead and do right when you're checking out in Chrome and Android. So if you're online, a site and app, you can select that option from Google and turn that on. And then anywhere you go, you can rely on that virtual card for peace of mind.
Great advice there. So let's talk for the kids. I mean, how do you help kids navigate the internet safely? What advice would you give to those parents?
Absolutely. So we really want families to be in the driver's seat when it comes to kids online. So we've created a few tools for parents that we think will help them do just that. So the first is Be Internet Awesome. This is a website designed for kids to learn how to be good digital citizens, how to navigate online safely. We also have what's called the Family Link app. We worked with teachers, we worked with experts to design apps and content that we think are great for kids. We get feedback from parents that they love Family Link. And then lastly, Google TV has the option for you to restrict content to kids only content. So that means if your kid is on YouTube, you actually know that they're going to kid friendly content only. So we hope that these tools will help families, teachers, work with their kids to be really thoughtful about their time online. You can also restrict screen time as well as the content that kids are looking at. So very excited about that.
Great advice there. And based on your experience, who would you say the most at risk for encountering a scam?
So what is really interesting to me and what I love about the tools we talked about today is they are relevant, no matter who you are, what age you are, the tips remain the same. And I think these actors are getting more creative. They're finding ways to scam. But no matter what that scam is, it is going to fit into some of the trends we talked about. They're likely going to ask for your personal information. They're likely going to rush you to share that information. It may include a link that is not, the link that it's being presented as. So follow these tips. Go directly to this website yourself. Go directly to the bank or the source yourself. And then turn on two-step verification in the event that, your password is hacked. You have that second layer to authenticate. So even if they get access to your password, they can't get into your online accounts.
All righty, great advice there. Was there anything else that you wanted to add that I did not ask you today?
I appreciate that. There is a really cool tool in Google search that I realize not many folks know about. It's called About This Results. We think this is a wonderful tool because it allows you to look and verify where information is coming from. So the example that I have learned about is there is a house in Poland that if you see this image, it's a little bit of a funny looking house. It's sort of called like the warped house. So it doesn't actually look like a real image. If a friend were to send that to you, you can look that image up in Google search, click the 3 dots next to the search result and find more information. And it turns out this is a real place you can go visit. So use those 3 dots for About This Result with Google search to make sure that you know where the information that you are consuming is coming from. You know that it's authoritative and real. We really recommend that folks check that out.
Great advice. So we're not saying don't shop. Definitely shop. Just do it the smart way and take the advice that Grace mentioned. Again, that was Grace Hoyt, Google technology expert. Thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Looking forward to speaking with you again.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Here's a look at your forecast for today. Give you a first alert to a warm day, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees today across the Mid-South. Maybe a small chance of an isolated shower, but most spots likely to stay dry as we go through the course of the day. Upper 70s to close to 80 degrees, again, with a warm southwesterly breeze flow that's going to be flowing through here. That's going to help to get the moisture going. That will set us up for what's going to happen late tonight heading into tomorrow. As we look at the rain chances, this is mainly going to happen overnight tonight heading into your Tuesday as a storm system makes progress across the area. Higher potential for stronger storms today to the north and west of us. Tomorrow, it'll be near and east of the city of Memphis, and that's what the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has already outlooked our area for. We're right on the edge, and again, just so you know how the SPC outlooks work, they are outlooking from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. So this outlook for Monday is from 7 a.m. Monday to 7 a.m. Tuesday. This outlook goes from 7 a.m. Tuesday till 7 a.m. Wednesday. Now, obviously, the case that we're going to be dealing with here today is going to be an overnight issue that starts to manifest itself after midnight tonight, then continues into Tuesday. But there's a period of time where the severe weather potential may actually go down. It may be right over the Mississippi River. So you see there's kind of a lull in the activity, and then it picks back up the farther east that we go. Now, I don't want you to get so caught up in where the lines end and begin. Everybody runs a risk, but this is not the off-the-charts risk that we may see sometimes in the spring months. Of course, we're a year removed now from a high-risk day. Back on March 31st, 2023, we had the EF3 tornadoes that went through Wynn and Covington and Adamsville. But this is going to be a situation where the ingredients may be there for a few of the storms that develop. Could be a bit on the stronger side, especially Tuesday afternoon, and it's very dependent on the timing of how this all plays out. We'll go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. Today, a passing shower chance. That's about it. A lot of clouds. Temperatures are going to be quite warm, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 this afternoon. Tonight should be fairly quiet. Now, notice this cluster of storms moving and shooting across portions of Missouri, southern Missouri, as we go into the overnight period. This would be the severe weather threat in the enhanced risk area for tonight. Again, from about Cape Girardeau points northward up towards St. Louis, out eastward into Illinois, and it actually starts really over near Fayetteville, Arkansas, and kind of makes its way off to the north and east. We will be okay tonight. I think once we get into the morning hours tomorrow, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we'll start to see our first batch of scattered showers developing, maybe a few thunderstorms, but severe weather, not likely. Is it possible? Yes, but again, not likely. We'll have another cluster of storms that will move inbound through the course of the morning. Now, I want you to look out to the west. This right here, some drier air punching into the storm system. That's the dry line. The dry line is the delineation from the moist, muggier air out ahead of it to very dry air behind it. That dry line acts as a triggering mechanism for showers and thunderstorms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Will it be near the Mississippi River, or will it be east of the Mississippi River, closer to the Tennessee River? That's to be seen. Right now, this particular model suggests closer to the Tennessee River. And a lot of the guidance does suggest closer to the Tennessee River, that we could see a flare-up of thunderstorms tomorrow during the course of the afternoon hours. Behind that, because, again, the dry line is the delineation between the muggier air out ahead of it and the drier air behind it, there's going to be some sunshine breaking out. And you're probably thinking to yourself, on a day where we're talking about severe weather, okay, I don't want to see sunshine. Well, here's the thing. The main trigger will be the dry line. So once the dry line pushes past you, you see a drop in humidity. That's going to be the indicator that the severe weather threats pretty much come to an end. I can't say it's out of the question beyond that, because there's still a cold front that's going to move through here. That's to the west. That'll come swinging through here during the course of the evening hours, and that may flare up another cluster of showers and storms as we get closer to sunset on your Tuesday. That will then shift eastward, and here comes the cooler air dropping southward for your Wednesday, starting off with clear skies in the 40s. Sunshine will give way to clouds, maybe an isolated shower going into your Wednesday afternoon. We'll struggle to work our way back up towards the 60-degree mark. Of course, a cooler turn for us as we go behind the system, moving into the middle portion of the week, the latter portion of the week, only managing the mid-60s by Friday, maybe approaching 70 as we get closer to Saturday and Sunday. So again, today, warm and breezy, well up into the 70s. We'll do it again tomorrow. The thing is that we're going to have those opportunities for rain and storms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Okay, that's going to be a critical part, and where it gets active as well, because where it gets active will also determine the intensity of the storms that are able to flare up. We are in a very peculiar location tomorrow where we will have just enough ingredients for storms to not go, and then just enough ingredients for the storms to go. And if they were to go up, that means that we would have a few stronger storms. It's not out of the realm of possibility. And I still think there's just going to be sunshine mingled in there tomorrow. So again, it's not everybody finding themselves with showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. But where it does happen, one or two could be strong. We'll be watching that closely. We'll keep you updated on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Behind that, we'll have some sunshine early, clouds rolling in late in the day for your Wednesday, and struggling to get to 60. We'll work our way through the 60s for Thursday, Friday. Some frost potential in some of the outlying areas through the middle portion of the week. We'll try to claw our way back to the lower 70s. A lot of folks asking the question, what does next Monday look like for the eclipse? Right now, partly sunny, a chance for a shower. We'll watch it closely. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to the cloud conditions as we approach the eclipse. But before that happens here this Monday into Tuesday, watching the potential for more rain and storms to move into the Mid-South.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. The time now is 10:05, and we are talking about early screening for diabetes. And joining me to chat about that is Dr. Michael Natter. Now, so let me pull you up. Can you hear me, Doctor?
Hi, can you hear me, Taylor? Thank you for having me.
No, thanks so much. So get this, I was actually doing some research prior to this interview, and I noticed that about 24 million Americans live with the disease, and that number is expected to grow. So I know it's interesting because you can speak to me about this from two perspectives, as a doctor and as someone who personally deals with diabetes, correct?
That's correct, Taylor. Yeah, I have type 1 diabetes myself.
So tell me a little bit about that journey.
I would love to. And I also want to say thank you so much for having me. It's really an honor to be here with you today. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes about 2 weeks after my 9th birthday, and it was extremely scary for myself, but also my family. But I will say that it also was a bit of a silver lining in my life because it gave me my calling, which was to become a doctor. But not just a doctor, an endocrinologist. And an endocrinologist is the kind of doctor who takes care of folks who have type 1 diabetes. Living with type 1 myself really allows me to know what my patients also go through on a daily basis. So it's maybe a more empathetic doctor, which is something I really cherish, honestly. So Taylor, what is type 1 diabetes? I really want to explain this well. So type 1 diabetes is a chronic autoimmune condition. Autoimmune, auto means self, and the immune system is kind of like your army. It's defending against foreign invaders like viruses or bacteria. Now, when you have an autoimmune condition, that immune system goes haywire and will attack itself. And in type 1 diabetes, it's attacking the insulin-producing beta cells of the pancreas. That renders the patient insulin dependent, meaning they need to take insulin for the rest of their lives, whether through injection or through insulin pump like what I do. And it is extremely difficult to kind of adjust to that new lifestyle. One thing I also want to make very clear is that it's not uncommon for someone with type 1 diabetes to get basically diagnosed late in the progression of the disease. And that often predisposes to the risk of a life-threatening complication called diabetic ketoacidosis, or DKA. For that reason, I really want to encourage everyone to talk to their doctor about getting screened for type 1 diabetes.
Interesting. So you also mentioned that you were diagnosed during your 9th birthday when you were 9. So is there an age frame, like it's not too early, it's not too late for you to develop the disease?
Yeah, Taylor, it's a really good question. So while it is true that most people with type 1 diabetes will be diagnosed in childhood, it's not necessarily the case as a general statement. There are plenty of people in teenage years, adult years, later in life who can also become type 1 diabetic. And importantly, it's not anything that anyone did or didn't do. It's not like a lifestyle issue or a diet issue, an exercise issue. It's this autoimmune disease. So this idea that there's a genetic predisposition that someone may have, And then they may come into contact with an environmental trigger, like a certain virus or something in the environment that sets that cascade into action, causing the condition. So very different from other types of diabetes, and it doesn't matter what age you are, you can develop this at any time.
Good information there. So tell me, how does it affect your day-to-day lifestyle?
Yeah, so Taylor, it's a chronic condition. So there's not one day of my life that I don't have it on my mind. It's constantly making sure I know what I'm doing for my meals, my blood sugar, my insulin dosing, my exercise. But importantly, why I'm really here today is to talk about the early screening. And the thing about early screening is that we can often detect that before symptoms develop, before insulin's even needed. And that would allow us as doctors to educate our patients who are at that risk for type 1 diabetes to learn about what that's going to mean should they actually go on to develop it. And in that setting, it's a lot easier, right? If you get diagnosed while you're in the hospital and you have DKA and there's a life-threatening condition that's happening at that time, there's so much going on emotionally and around you. Whereas if you're given that space to really educate yourself and prepare basically for it, it makes a massive difference.
Great. So I know you've been mentioning multiple times getting screened, encouraging people to go out and do that. How does that process look, and how do you get screened?
Yeah, well, first I want to say that I'm really honored to be engaged by Sanofi to be the spokesperson for the One Pledge movement. The One Pledge movement is really an educational movement about awareness around type 1 diabetes as well as screening for type 1 diabetes. They have a wonderful website, theonepledge.com, which I encourage everyone to take a look at. Great information about what type 1 diabetes is, signs and symptoms, but also the screening process. And to your point, the screening process is about talking to your doctor, and then it's a blood test. That blood test is looking for autoantibody positivity. If that's positive, the chances of someone then developing type 1 diabetes in their lifetime is very, very high. And for that reason, that's why we like people to get screened, because that way, if they do have that chance of developing it, they can know before symptoms emerge, before anything happens, and it can reduce the risk of that life-threatening condition, DKA, diabetic ketoacidosis, by up to 50%.
For someone who is possibly considering getting screened and they're nervous, they don't know if they should, what encouraging words would you give them?
Well, I would say that, the doctor-patient relationship is very powerful, and I encourage you to talk to your own doctor, because that's a conversation worth having, and that your doctor can guide you through that and individualize that care for you in the best way possible. But it's also really important to know that knowledge is power. And God forbid something were to happen where someone were to develop type 1, you would want to know before the symptoms were there, before anything life-threatening were to really emerge. And I really encourage people to talk to their doctor about it and the idea of screening for type 1 diabetes.
I love that. And here's a question I have for you. Is this something that usually impacts women more or males more? Who does this particularly target?
And there's not necessarily a demographic more or less in terms of gender necessarily, but again, this movement is really about, and I really want to talk about the idea of screening. And so that's for everyone. Everyone can get screened. Everyone has a risk factor or potentially could have a risk factor that they don't know about. And so that's something I want them to talk to their doctor about. One risk factor that is known, though, is that a family history, for example, Taylor, let's say someone has a first-degree family relative who has type 1 diabetes, that will increase their chances of developing it much more so. However, no family history, like in my case, you can still develop type 1 diabetes. So really everyone should talk to their doctor about their own individual risks.
Very informative, Dr. Natter. Was there anything else you wanted to add that I did not ask you today?
Well, April 15th, Taylor, it's a Type 1 Diabetes Day, which is a wonderful day to talk about education, awareness, but also as someone who lives with this condition, who takes care of people with Type 1 every day, I'm really passionate about this. I really want to educate patients and people across the globe and across the world to know that Type 1 diabetes exists, and I would love them to talk to their doctor and maybe go to the One Pledge website to learn more about early screening and detection. And I really appreciate the time here today, Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, that was Dr. Michael Natter telling us the importance of getting screened. We're looking forward to chatting with you again. Thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk.
Take care. Thank you.
All right, guys, the time now is 10:12, getting a live look outside. 70 degrees out there. When we come back in the next 60 seconds, we have more Action News 5 Digital Desk. Stay with us.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. How much sleep did you get? Did you get enough? Did you get too much? Did you maybe get enough, but not enough so that you want to take a nap later in the day? Well, we know that sleep helps repair and restore our body and also restore our brain. It also affects our overall well-being. In fact, poor sleep quality has been linked to all kinds of instances of mental health issues like anxiety and depression. And there is a new poll out that examines the relationship between proper sleep and depressive symptoms. I want to bring in now sleep expert Dr. Joseph Dervesky. He is joining us on the digital desk. And doctor, it's good to see you. Did you get enough sleep this morning?
Well, I'm doing several of these interviews today, so my sleep might have been a little disrupted last night.
Yeah, well, I work in the mornings, and I'll tell you, sometimes I don't have the best schedule, and I'll need a nap later in the day. But I'm curious about this new poll. What did this new sleep poll find?
Yeah, so the National Sleep Foundation conducts an annual Sleep in America poll, the premier public poll that examines attitudes, behaviors, trends around sleep. And this year, marking our 25th anniversary of Sleep Awareness Week, our poll focused on sleep health and mental health, and the results were pretty striking. First, starting on a positive note, we found that over 90% of adults who have good sleep health also are free of significant depressive symptoms. However, nearly 7 out of every 10 adults who are dissatisfied with their sleep report mild or greater levels of depressive symptoms. Adults who have just 2 nights a week with difficulties falling asleep or staying asleep have higher levels of depressive symptoms. And 50% of adults who don't get the National Sleep Foundation recommended 7 to 9 hours of sleep per night also have significant levels of depressive symptoms. So quite striking and strong relationship between sleep health and mental health.
Yeah, no question about that. No question about that, Doctor. I'm curious, though, because none of what you said surprises me. I'm just wondering, is there any differences from this year compared to last year?
Yeah, so this year, again, marking that 25th anniversary of Sleep Awareness Week, we really wanted our Sleep in America poll to focus on a highly impactful topic. Given recent comments from the U.S. Surgeon General, statements by the National Institutes on Health, Centers for Disease Control, we thought that there couldn't be a more important time to focus on something like the link between our sleep health and mental health. In previous years, our poll focuses on sleep and other topics, whether that's bedroom environment, work productivity. This year, we really wanted to focus on the mental health connection.
You know, mental health has become a center stage issue that so many of us are talking about these days coming out of this pandemic. And a lot of, when it comes to sleep, so much of our mental well-being really depends on the amount of sleep. Is that right?
Yeah, we like to think about sleep as a foundational, behavior through which we can live our best lives. So sleep health is connected to our, as I mentioned, mental health and well-being, our physical health, our social connectedness. It really touches every aspect of our lives. So getting that enough of the quality of sleep each night really sets the stage for everyone to be their best selves during the day.
So let's talk about some easy, simple steps to improve our sleep each and every night. We have thousands of people watching us, Doctor, and they're just tuning in, and they probably want to know, okay, tonight I want to get some really good sleep that's going to help me and my physical and mental being. What do I need to do?
Yeah, the National Sleep Foundation is committed to helping anyone and everyone be their best slept self. Towards that goal, we recommend 6 small steps that everyone can take. 3 steps during the day and 3 steps at night. The 3 daytime steps include things like getting exposure to bright light, especially in the morning hours, becoming more physically active, getting exercise like several days a week, and eating your meals at consistent times each day. During the evening hours, we encourage everyone to refrain from alcohol, tobacco, and heavy meals before bedtime. We want everyone to enjoy a relaxing wind down routine that involves putting those electronic devices away about an hour before bed. and that also allows for 7 to 9 hours of sleep per night. Prioritize your sleep. And finally, where you sleep also matters. Sleep in a sleep-friendly environment. Keep your room cool, keep it dark, keep it quiet. Importantly, our poll did show that people who engage in these healthy sleep behaviors, number one, sleep better, and number two, are also less likely to experience significant depressive symptoms. Now, we also know that there's more work that we can do because the average US adult only engages in about 60% of these behaviors across a typical week.
Okay, sleep expert Dr. Joseph Durjevsky. We really appreciate some of these guidelines here. Before we let you go, is there a place online where some of our viewers can get this information you talked about?
Yes, we'd love all your viewers to visit us online at theNSF.org. We've been the nation's trusted source for sleep-related information and sleep health-related information for over 30 years, so please visit us online.
Okay, appreciate it. Dr. Durjevsky, thanks so very much.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, have you planned everything out for the summer? Because so many people have, and guess what? The numbers are showing that international travel bookings right now are up some 200%, more than 200%. It's a crazy number. People not only want to travel, they want to go international. They want to see the world. Let's bring in Megan Cooper with AAA to talk more about this number. An extraordinary number, but I have to say, Megan, my family and I this past spring break, we went to Costa Rica, and it was fabulous. Our producer, Amanda Hansen's got an amazing honeymoon plan internationally. I mean, I can totally get it. People are just ready to go. What are some of the reasons?
So people are more comfortable with traveling. We've seen that trend over the last couple of years, but people are ready to go. They're ready to get out and see new places. And, we're seeing that reflected in our travel bookings. So we're up 200% on international travel bookings compared to last year. The biggest increase we've seen is in hotel bookings. That's up over 300% compared to last year. So people are comfortable, they want to get out, and they just want to see the world.
I totally get it. That is so true in the people that I interact with a lot. So let's talk about, I guess, a priority list. What are some of the guidelines, since we probably know, with thousands of people watching us right now, we are either going international or we know a friend that's going international. What are the ways to really kind of set that list, that checklist for everybody?
Right. So one of the first things that you want to do is prioritize your passport. So if you have a trip planned or you're thinking about traveling internationally and you either don't have a passport or your passport is close to expiring, go ahead and get that taken care of as soon as possible. We are seeing a little bit of a longer wait time on some of those passports. In some cases, maybe 7 to 9 weeks. And you need this to travel internationally. So first things first, if you don't have your passport taken care of and secured away, go ahead and do that right now.
Very cool. What about when it comes to packing and, my biggest fear was that, okay, our flight's going to get canceled and we're going to be, up a creek, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Right. So unfortunately, lost luggage, delayed flights, those are all things that we have to navigate now. And always have when we're traveling. So if you're traveling with other people, with a family, with a spouse, with a friend, when you're packing, maybe try to spread clothing and those items that you think that you're going to need across multiple suitcases. That way you don't have one person that has absolutely nothing while another suitcase might have made it and one person has, everything that they need. When I personally travel, I try to keep everything in a carry-on and try not to check baggage. So if at all possible, if you don't have to check that baggage, maybe try to fit everything into a carry-on. If you are checking that baggage, maybe just go ahead and put some extra identification in there. So maybe take out a big sheet of paper and write your information on it, just in case that luggage tag is lost or something happens. You want a way to get that luggage back to you if it is lost or misplaced.
You are a rarity, Megan. The women in my family, they all have to check luggage. Like I've even mentioned that. Like, hey, why don't we carry on? It'd make it better. They're like, no, what are you, crazy? We have to check luggage. So hats off to you. I'm even more impressed by you with that response.
It's taken years of practice, I will say.
I bet. That's the other fear, though, that the luggage is going to get lost. I mean, is there any way, obviously, carry on is the best way. Is there any other way to maybe mark your luggage to make sure that it doesn't get lost? Or is there something else that people can do?
Just make sure that you're checking that baggage early. Make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of time to check it in. Be mindful of how you're planning your flights. So if at all possible, try to book those early morning flights. Those have a less likelihood of being delayed. And then take a look at what destinations you're traveling through. Is it a nonstop flight? Obviously, with a nonstop flight, that's less places that your baggage has to go. So limit those in between destinations. And if at all possible, if you can't avoid those, give yourself plenty of time at those different stops. And sometimes we just can't avoid losing our luggage. Sometimes the inevitable happens, and you're that unlucky person. So that is one instance where travel insurance can really come in handy. And travel insurance does cover some of those costs of delayed flights as well as lost baggage fees.
Help me maneuver travel insurance for a second here, because I know travel insurance is a big question mark for a lot of people when they travel internationally. There's a train of thought that says, well, the travel insurance doesn't cover certain issues that are more likely to happen, so why even get it? And then there's another one that says, no, you need to get travel insurance and get the highest amount, or maybe you should get it for just specific things. Tell me where you stand, where AAA stands when it comes to travel insurance.
So with travel insurance, we always advise for people to purchase this, especially if you're traveling internationally. You're likely spending a lot of money. So we want you to protect that investment. If anything happens, if you get sick, if you can't go on that vacation, if something happens while you're on that vacation, we want you to be able to get that investment back if you at all possibly can. So with travel insurance, there are different options. So depending on what you're booking, how you're traveling, it really can be beneficial. So with those different types of travel insurance, of course, some things are covered, some things are not covered. And I think it ultimately comes down to that personal choice and how comfortable with risk that you are. But just personally, and from AAA, if you're making that investment and traveling, you really want to protect that so you're not losing out on money if something were to happen on that trip. And that's also where a travel advisor comes in very handy, because they can explain to you, what travel insurance would look like for your trip, how much you need, what that would cost. And a lot of times it's really not that expensive to add on that travel insurance policy to your trip.
Good deal. I appreciate you explaining that. Anything else you want to mention that you feel is important for some of the people, some of our viewers, thousands of which join us each and every morning, when they're traveling internationally?
I think the biggest thing this year is planning ahead. We're expecting things to be very busy. I've already heard reports this morning that we're expecting things to get even busier this summer. So if you haven't booked that international travel yet, go ahead and do that as soon as possible, especially if you're traveling this summer. But planning ahead, flexibility is key. If you are in the early planning phases of, planning an international trip, some of those ways that you can save money are being flexible, maybe, traveling in the off season, maybe traveling during the week versus on the weekend. But the biggest thing I think for travelers this year is start to plan early and book that trip early. With the demand and the interest that we've seen so far this year, that's likely to continue throughout the rest of the year. So that sweet spot of getting the trip that you want at the price that you want really is going to come from planning ahead and booking early.
Megan Cooper, who only carries on her luggage on those international flights. Megan, I really appreciate you and all that you do for us here at the Digital Desk, informing our public about the do's and don'ts when it comes to so many different things, including international travel. Thanks very much.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Here's a look at your forecast for today. Give you a first alert to a warm day, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees today across the Mid-South. Maybe a small chance of an isolated shower, but most spots likely to stay dry as we go through the course of the day. Upper 70s to close to 80 degrees, again, with a warm southwesterly breeze flow that's going to be flowing through here. That's going to help to get the moisture going. That will set us up for what's going to happen late tonight heading into tomorrow. As we look at the rain chances, this is mainly going to happen overnight tonight heading into your Tuesday as a storm system makes progress across the area. Higher potential for stronger storms today to the north and west of us. Tomorrow, it'll be near and east of the city of Memphis, and that's what the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has already outlooked our area for. We're right on the edge, and again, just so you know how the SPC outlooks work, they are outlooking from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. So this outlook for Monday is from 7 a.m. Monday to 7 a.m. Tuesday. This outlook goes from 7 a.m. Tuesday till 7 a.m. Wednesday. Now, obviously, the case that we're going to be dealing with here today is going to be an overnight issue that starts to manifest itself after midnight tonight, then continues into Tuesday. But there's a period of time where the severe weather potential may actually go down. It may be right over the Mississippi River. So you see there's kind of a lull in the activity, and then it picks back up the farther east that we go. Now, I don't want you to get so caught up in where the lines end and begin. Everybody runs a risk, but this is not the off-the-charts risk that we may see sometimes in the spring months. Of course, we're a year removed now from a high-risk day. Back on March 31st, 2023, we had the EF3 tornadoes that went through Wynn and Covington and Adamsville. But this is going to be a situation where the ingredients may be there for a few of the storms that develop. Could be a bit on the stronger side, especially Tuesday afternoon, and it's very dependent on the timing of how this all plays out. We'll go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. Today, a passing shower chance. That's about it. A lot of clouds. Temperatures are going to be quite warm, well up into the 70s, approaching 80 this afternoon. Tonight should be fairly quiet. Now, notice this cluster of storms moving and shooting across portions of Missouri, southern Missouri, as we go into the overnight period. This would be the severe weather threat in the enhanced risk area for tonight. Again, from about Cape Girardeau points northward up towards St. Louis, out eastward into Illinois, and it actually starts really over near Fayetteville, Arkansas, and kind of makes its way off to the north and east. We will be okay tonight. I think once we get into the morning hours tomorrow, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we'll start to see our first batch of scattered showers developing, maybe a few thunderstorms, but severe weather not likely. Is it possible? Yes, but again, not likely. We'll have another cluster of storms that will move inbound through the course of the morning. Now, I want you to look out to the west. This right here, some drier air punching into the storm system. That's the dry line. The dry line is the delineation from the moist, muggier air out ahead of it to very dry air behind it. That dry line acts as a triggering mechanism for showers and thunderstorms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Will it be near the Mississippi River, or will it be east of the Mississippi River, closer to the Tennessee River? That's to be seen. Right now, this particular model suggests closer to the Tennessee River. And a lot of the guidance does suggest closer to the Tennessee River, that we could see a flare-up of thunderstorms tomorrow during the course of the afternoon hours. Behind that, because, again, the dry line is the delineation between the muggier air out ahead of it and the drier air behind it, there's going to be some sunshine breaking out. And you're probably thinking to yourself, on a day where we're talking about severe weather, okay, I don't want to see sunshine. Well, here's the thing. The main trigger will be the dry line. So once the dry line pushes past you, you see a drop in humidity. That's going to be the indicator that the severe weather threats pretty much come to an end. I can't say it's out of the question beyond that, because there's still a cold front that's going to move through here. That's to the west. That'll come swinging through here during the course of the evening hours, and that may flare up another cluster of showers and storms as we get closer to sunset on your Tuesday. That will then shift eastward, and here comes the cooler air dropping southward for your Wednesday, starting off with clear skies in the 40s. Sunshine will give way to clouds, maybe an isolated shower going into your Wednesday afternoon. We'll struggle to work our way back up towards the 60-degree mark. Of course, a cooler turn for us as we go behind the system, moving into the middle portion of the week, the latter portion of the week, only managing the mid-60s by Friday, maybe approaching 70 as we get closer to Saturday and Sunday. So again, today, warm and breezy, well up into the 70s. We'll do it again tomorrow. The thing is that we're going to have those opportunities for rain and storms. The question mark that we're going to have tomorrow is, when will the dry line get active? Okay, that's going to be a critical part, and where it gets active as well, because where it gets active will also determine the intensity of the storms that are able to flare up. We are in a very peculiar location tomorrow where we will have just enough ingredients for storms to not go, and then just enough ingredients for the storms to go. And if they were to go up, that means that we would have a few stronger storms. It's not out of the realm of possibility. And I still think there's just going to be sunshine mingled in there tomorrow. So again, it's not everybody finding themselves with showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. But where it does happen, one or two could be strong. We'll be watching that closely. We'll keep you updated on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Behind that, we'll have some sunshine early, clouds rolling in late in the day for your Wednesday, and struggling to get to 60. We'll work our way through the 60s for Thursday, Friday. Some frost potential in some of the outlying areas through the middle portion of the week. We'll try to claw our way back to the lower 70s. A lot of folks asking the question, what does next Monday look like for the eclipse? Right now, partly sunny, a chance for a shower. Watch it closely. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to the cloud conditions as we approach the eclipse. But before that happens here this Monday into Tuesday, watching the potential for more rain and storms to move into the Mid-South.
Alrighty, thanks so much, Maggie. And as Maggie just put it, next month, people across the United States are in for a very special treat as a solar eclipse will be visible across the entire country. From coast to coast, people will soon see the moon slowly move in front of the sun, blocking some of its light into a partial eclipse. But for more than 31 million people across 15 states, they will see the moon completely cover the sun in a total solar eclipse, briefly turning day into night. And there's no better person to come with us today to speak about this than NASA expert Dr. Patrick Cohen. Good morning to you, and how are you? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
No, thanks so much for joining us. This is a big deal, right? Wouldn't you say?
Oh, I would say this is a big deal. Eclipses happen regularly, but most of the time they don't happen where anyone can see them. So the fact that it's heading right across the middle of the country is a fantastic opportunity.
Yeah, and there are different types of eclipses. Tell us a little bit about how this one will be so different.
Well, this is going to be if you're in the path of totality, you're going to see a total solar eclipse. So the moon will be completely covering the sun, and all you'll be able to see is the corona. It's that wispy outermost layer of the sun's atmosphere. It's going to turn day into night, and we're expecting, of course, temperatures to change, animals to start behaving differently, and so on. If you're not in the path of totality, you're still going to get a great show. That'll be a partial solar eclipse. So the moon will only partially block the light coming from the sun. You'll still see the light change. You'll still see the temperature go down a bit. It won't be quite as intense as it is at totality. But the primary difference is how you can view those two events. We're really emphasizing safety, so using these special solar viewing glasses is really, really important during the partial phases of the eclipse. During totality, you can actually take them off and see them.
Oh, great advice there. And you mentioned animals. Tell me a little bit about how this will impact wildlife.
Well, the wildlife mostly will all of a sudden think it's becoming nighttime. So birds will return to roost. You may see bats flitting about. The animals in wooded areas, we imagine animals would be returning back to their homes. Essentially, they think it's bedtime. And then 4 minutes later, it's morning again. So they'll get up, and so we're expecting birdsong to change and things like that.
Advice there. And I noticed that you put out those glasses for those who probably need to grab a batch. Where can they pick those up from?
Actually, I've been seeing these in grocery stores even. You can get them at libraries, museums, and a number of places, but depending on where you are, you probably can walk down to the local grocery store and pick them up. If you don't have them, there are other safe ways that you can view the eclipse using a pinhole camera. Take a piece of paper, poke a hole in it, you're good to go.
Today is International Women's Day. How have women been a part of solar studies?
Women have been part of science for a long time, and in solar studies, even more so. In fact, it was a woman that discovered that the sun was primarily hydrogen. I can push that even a little bit further and say the Dr. Nikki Fox, who is the Associate Administrator for the Science Mission Directorate. That's the science arm of NASA. She and I actually started at NASA on the same day. She was the Division Director of Heliophysics back then, and now she has moved up to AA. So we're fiercely proud of her.
Great. So for those who are interested in learning more before the big day, how can they better prepare themselves to just become more involved and engulfed in what they should expect?
Well, the best place to go to see what to expect and see what kind of events are going on is go.nasa.gov/eclipse2024. There's a place on in there. In fact, you could even type in your zip code. It'll give you what time the eclipse starts, what time it ends, and all of the other good stuff. Depending on where you are, there are NASA sponsoring events all along the eclipse path. So we're really hoping people just get out and take a moment to experience this singular event.
Oh, great advice and things there. Was there anything else that you wanted to discuss that I did not ask you today?
Well, we touched on it, the safety of viewing an eclipse. If you look at the sun with unprotected eyes, the retinas will get damaged very, very quickly. But with these special glasses that you can pick up, they block the vast majority of light coming in from the sun. So during the partial portion of the eclipse, or if you're just seeing a partial eclipse during that period, you got to have those on. But during totality, you can actually take those off. But if you're not in the path of totality, please don't take them off. They have to stay on to keep your eyes safe.
Great advice. That was Dr. Patrick Cohen with NASA Research. Thanks so much for speaking with us today. Looking forward to chatting with you again in the future.
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. There has been a new book released, and I'm holding it right now. It's called Raising Mentally Strong Kids: How to Combine the Power of Neuroscience with Love and Logic to Grow Confident, Kind, Responsible, and Resilient Children and Young Adults. We all want this for our kids, for our grandkids, in this ever-changing and very challenging world. I am joined on the digital desk and really honored to be joined by Dr. Daniel Amen. He is someone I've been seeing on social media for years and years and years. I've heard him on podcasts. I've read a lot of his stuff, especially the brain scan. So fascinated by this. He is one of the co-authors of this book, and it is a book that certainly is relevant today. In fact, Dr. Amen has written 18 books on the New York Times bestseller list. He joins us now on the digital desk. Big fan, Dr. Amen. How are you this morning?
Thank you so much. I am just so grateful to share this message with you.
I appreciate you being here. So tell me why you wrote this book and why it's so critical right now.
Well, kids are in historic trouble. Brand new study from the CDC that said 57% of teenage girls report being persistently sad. 24% have planned to kill themselves. I mean, think about that. 13% have actually tried. These are statistics never seen before in recorded history. Why? From the rise in social media to the pandemic that changed all of our brains, to the low quality food, to the toxic products we put on children's bodies, our own bodies. We need a different way. And I partnered with my friend, Dr. Charles Fay, the president of the Love and Logic Institute, one of the best parenting programs ever developed. And the reason we put that together is there's no neuroscience, there's no brain science in parenting with love and logic. And we decided raising mentally strong kids needed to have a foundation of neuroscience with the wonderful Parenting with Love and Logic program.
Dr. Amen, you're one of the top neuropsychiatrists in the country, and you have a brain scan that you've patented. I've heard you talk about it so many times before. In fact, my wife and I would share with our kids what a brain looks like when they are on drugs, or a daily, a person who smokes marijuana on a daily basis or has a drink every day versus a brain scan of someone healthy. Are those factors contributing to the kind of issues you just mentioned where, people are just, their brains are on fire, right?
But very few people, thank you for that question. Very few people love and care for their brains. And 33 years ago, now I started looking at the brain. And as a psychiatrist, most psychiatrists never look at the brain. And I'm like, oh my goodness, these are not mental health problems. They're brain health problems. What do I need to do to get my brain healthy and the brains of my babies and children healthy? And it changes the whole conversation. Rather than you need to take this or that medicine, for your mental health problems is you need to get your brain healthy. And that means you need to sleep. You need to eat right. You need to exercise. Here are some simple supplements. And we have a poster that hangs in over 100,000 schools and prisons and churches called Which Brain Do You Want? Healthy scans surrounded by drug-affected scans. And you realize marijuana is not innocuous and alcohol is not a health food. We need to be really clear, but if you understand societal messages, oh, marijuana is innocuous, it's a lie. Teenagers who use marijuana have an increased risk of anxiety, depression, and suicide in their 20s. We need to give accurate, positive, hopeful messages to our children.
Thank you for saying that. I feel like you're one of the voices that is very consistent about saying those kind of things, those detrimental effects that marijuana has. I just wish more people with your type of background would speak up about that issue, because it's certainly a prevalent issue, and it seems more prevalent year after year. So you've written this book, back to the book here, which I have a copy of. You sent it to us. Thank you very much. The one message you want parents, and grandparents for that matter, to take away from this book.
If you want to raise mentally strong kids, and who among us doesn't? I'm a father of 6. You have to model the message. So it really does start with you. Mental strength, knowing what you want, being able to persistently act in positive ways to get it over time, not believing every stupid thing you think, we call it killing the ants, absolutely essential that parents model it, and in that way, because children do what you do, not what you tell them to do. And so this book will help you, but it'll also help you be the best dad or the best mom, the best grandma, the best grandpa that you can be.
Dr. Amen, can you give us an example, perhaps, of a powerful exercise from that book?
You know, my favorite exercise is start every day with your kids. Today is going to be a great day. And when you put them to bed at night, go, what went well today? And let's start at the beginning of your day and just let's go through the day looking at what was right. Positivity bias, getting your brain to look for what's right rather than what's wrong, protects you from virtually all of the mental health problems we're facing.
I love it. I love it. Positivity is so valuable and so easy to do. It's just creating a different mindset. Dr. Amen, I also wanted to ask you, if someone wanted to get their brain scanned, I know that you have clinics all over the country. I don't believe you have any here in Memphis or the Mid-South. How would someone go about getting their brain scanned just to kind of see if it's healthy or not?
So our closest clinic, I think it's Atlanta, that they just have to go to amenclinics.com and fill out the intake form or call the number, and we would love to see them because, you know, the brain is the most important organ in the body, but very few people actually ever look at it. And so getting a look at how healthy your brain is and then getting a plan to optimize it is so special for people.
One final thing before we let you go, Dr. Amen. How much of the brain health or the detrimental aspects of brain health can be contributed or can be as a result looked at with this smartphone, that the smartphone technology that is constantly barraging kids, teens everywhere? How much of a detrimental effect does that have in our brain?
I think it's very large. They're dopamine dumping devices. So whenever you get a notification or an email you like or a TikTok video that makes you laugh. It's dumping a little bit of dopamine. The problem is we're wearing out the pleasure centers in the brain with these devices. We're getting into this dopamine deficit state, which is why kids are bored, why they are distracted, why they're sad. We've unleashed this technology on a whole population without any neuroscience research. The neuroscientists were used to hook, okay, how do we use neuroscience to get more mind share to basically hook their attention? Take the devices away from them when kids go to bed. Now, you have to limit them, you have to put parental controls on them, but take them away from your children so they don't take them to bed.
Amen. Dr. Amen, I certainly appreciate that. That is well said. I really miss your podcast, by the way. I enjoy it when you're on other podcasts. But for anyone out there that wants to see Dr. Amen and more of his content, you can do so on TikTok. He's got millions of followers, and you're posting stuff each and every day. Thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk. We have thousands of people that watch each and every day, and I know it's beneficial for so many of them. And I appreciate you writing this book. Anything else before we let you go, Doctor?
Well, I'm so grateful to you. Thank you so much. And, people can get Raising Mentally Strong Kids anywhere great books are sold. It's just out this week, and we're praying that it makes a big difference.
Dr. Daniel Amen, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
All right, the time now is 10:55. Getting a live look outside. It's 70 degrees out there. Not the prettiest there, but you can work with it for the rest of the day. So again, thanks so much for tuning in to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Join us again right here tomorrow. We go from 7 to 11 each and every day. So then we're going to turn it over to Andrew Douglas and First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis for Action News 5 midday. See you tomorrow.